And so, Mr. McGovern, this actually caused a pipeline of funding to build up. This account was often used to support climate change programs under the guise of development programs, which is something that the American people, I think, don't support. So prior year balances can be used to support development programs that are in the national interest. And so, again, I would argue that there's adequate funding to do what we need to do once we stop doing the things that were wasteful, that were controversial, and that actually, in many cases, hurt our national security interests.
Is there a list somewhere? Because, I mean, nothing in your rescissions bill says anything about, the specifics. I mean, if you really wanted to cut those programs, wouldn't you specifically say that in your bill, that I want to cut, this line item and this particular program? I will tell you, I will agree with my colleagues here that there were some Biden-era programs that were not the most efficient use of federal dollars, and we should go back and we should maybe reevaluate them. And I'd be happy to work with my Republican colleagues on those items, but that's not what we're talking about here. I mean, this rescissions bill would pull back unobligated funds that have not yet been spent on any specific contract or program. And Trump is now president, not Biden. I don't think you're accusing, or maybe you are accusing the Trump administration of funding woke and wasteful programs.
But here's the fundamental truth. Because Republicans have issues with a few extremely small grants, they want to rip away global health programs and cut funding for public radio stations that tell Americans when there has been an earthquake, like the 7.3 magnitude quake that just hit Alaska. And for all of our districts that have been hit by devastating natural disasters or are currently going through one, let's not miss the forest,
For the trees, I mean, Ranking Member DeLauro, let me ask you the same question. Do you know what specific programs are going to be cut here in this rescissions package? Because I sure as hell don't know.
Yeah,
And
well,
I haven't been given a list.
Yeah, no, I think you put your finger on what the issue is. And look, I have the greatest respect. I worked very, very closely with Senator Collins, Senator Murray, as well as with Chairman Cole. But I think Senator Collins, question is appropriate. We don't know how those programs will be affected. Right. So on the development assistance side, this is really, the Office of Management and Budget really has failed in a spectacular fashion to complete the most basic function. It cannot justify this rescissions proposal. No concrete details to inform either chamber, House or Senate, about what they would choose to cut with the broad authority to devastate investments that are in this bill. They're not telling us what they will cut, because they're going to cut what they want, when they want, and they do not think that you or me or Ranking Member Diaz-Balart or Chairwoman Fox or anybody in the House and Senate are the people that we represent deserve to know what is going on. It's my understanding, and I saw too in the dialogue about this, is Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota said that even though he initially opposed the bill, he would support it because he got assurances from the Trump administration they would, quote, find Green New Deal money that could be reallocated, but not a shredded detail. Now, when I talk about the public broadcasting side, I can talk about specifics because they cut all of the federal funds, all of the federal funds. By statute, 70% of federal funds for public media are awarded directly to locally owned public television stations and public radio stations. So in other words, approximately $750 million of the funds being rescinded will come from eliminating small grants to local stations. And rescinding the funds, we've talked about, I think the best thing said about rescinding the funds, what Senator Murkowski said, this was the threat to public safety and emergency alerts. 7.3, you mentioned it, Mr. McGovern, 7.3 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Alaska. She noted, that it was public broadcasting stations that relayed tsunami warnings that enabled local residents and summer tourists to evacuate to safe locations. So if you look at public broadcasting, they've cut everything. We haven't got a clue of what they are going to do on the development assistance side.
So I guess the answer to my question is that we don't have the specifics.
No.
And that really is troublesome to me, just as a member of the House of Representatives, as a member of Congress, is because, I mean, that's what we do. And Mr. Diaz-Balart, I don't agree with you on everything, but there's lots of stuff we do have common ground on. And, you know, we fight to get funding in to bills to make sure that some of these priorities are adequately resourced. But I think that's the way it's supposed to. I think Congress should have a role in all of this, and it seems like we're just kind of handing over all these decisions to the administration. And my last question, do you know anything about this special sweetheart deal that South Dakota got? I'm calling it the Prairie Payoff. Do you know what Senator Rounds got to vote for? I mean, these little deals that are being made that I think we're going to find out, you know, in a week or 2 or 3 weeks, and we're all going to be kind of shocked that these deals were made. Look, Senator Tom Tillis said, and I quote, "I suspect we're going to find out that there are some things that we're going to regret," end quote. Roger Wicker, again, another Republican, quote, say, "In this situation, there's a specific amount stated that will be rescinded, but this Congress will not be allowed to choose those specific cuts. That will be done by somebody in the Office of Management and Budget in the White House. And in this situation, it will amount to the House and Senate basically saying, we concede that decision voluntarily to the executive branch," end quote. And you know, I don't think, whether it's a Democrat in the White House, Republican, that we should blindly trust any administration on these matters. I mean, we have a role here in the House, and I think we're forfeiting that role. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point, but I don't think any of us know what the hell is going to happen. Ms. Delora, you want to add one thing?
Well, I just want to say, I think you've made a very strong point. I just go back to the, you know, to the congressional power and the power of the purse. That has been abdicated here in both the House and in the Senate. And that is to Mr. Vogt's. That's what he wants to do. As I said, he is looking to this new, what he calls a new paradigm, and that what we've had for really the history here, the kind of, it is a bipartisan appropriations process, and I will fight for a bipartisan appropriations process, but he wants to make that irrelevant. So he wants to rule by continuing resolution, reconciliation, rescissions, and that's how he sees this all is all happening. And I will tell you to anyone, and I don't know what commitments he made to you, my colleague, Mr. Diaz-Balart, or what he made to Mr. Rounds, but flat out, you can't really trust him. He said he lied about PEPFAR rescissions previously in legislation. He made this promise to South Dakota. Who knows? He makes promises that he can't keep. I only know what he wants is that he wants to eviscerate the appropriations process, and he wants to concentrate that power of spending when he wants, what he wants, in the power of OMB. I will just say that if Shalonda Young had done this, my God, what an outcry there would be about what was happening here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Well, thank both of you for taking time to come out. Let me just say, you know, the American people are excited about these cuts, the rescissions. Musk has done is to reveal to the taxpayers where their money's going. I can name a list of them, starting with the $135 million to the World Health Organization, gone. $158 million to the Lebanese peacekeeping mission, gone. $3 million for the Iraqi Sesame Street, gone. $6 million for net zero cities in Mexico, gone. This is just a list. You can parse any one of them and object to them, but I've never seen, you'll spend other people's money, but you won't give the money back to the taxpayers and the economy. Mr. McGovern, you know, it's so rude for you to interrupt. This is my time.
Yeah, it's rude.
I don't interrupt you, and it's not your time. you and Jerry Nadler, you've never seen anybody that you don't want to interrupt. It's not only can you not understand when two people are talking, I've never interrupted you one time, and you need to get some manners to you. But all I'll say is that what we're doing, what this president is doing, is making this country over again. The economy is showing it. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Norman. I just an observation. Look, and if it sounds like my colleague appropriator, Democrat appropriator, and I have disagreements, we do, but yet we have a great relationship, we do. And so we do have serious disagreements. I, however, have zero doubt of her fierce trying to protect, right, the power of the purse. And that there we agree. And so, but Mr. Norman, I may be wrong, but this rescission, yes, is to spend a little bit less money, which I think is a good thing. And by the way, this is a process that's in law. So when one may complain about, the process, well, this is a process that's established in law. I don't know, and I may be wrong, I don't remember the outrage when, for example, a Democratic president decided to spend money that was neither authorized nor appropriated. And then, by the way, when the Supreme Court of the United States said that's unconstitutional, he kept doing it anyways. Now, again, I want to be respectful. I may be wrong, because you all are here all the time and you all discuss these things. So from what I'm hearing, it must be that all of you agreed during that moment that when a president spent more money that was neither authorized or appropriated by Congress, and then the Supreme Court said, hey, that's unconstitutional, and he did it anyways, I'm sure that was bipartisan outrage. Of course it must have been, right? But we know it wasn't. Here, what we're dealing with is $9 billion through a legislative legal process. You mentioned some of the issues that are cut. And I just think that this is a responsible, reasonable proposal, which is why I'm respectfully supporting it. And thank you for yielding some of your time, sir.
Well, I'd say, too, that it's a teardrop in the ocean compared to what we owe, and where my Democrat friends are just willing to bankrupt this country and spend us into oblivion. We're not, and we're making strides, and we're going to continue to make strides. And what I was going to say earlier, Mr. McGovern keeps mentioning Epstein. During the 4 years of the Biden administration, what did we hear from them? They had information then, crickets, nothing. What did they hear on the information they buried on January 6th? Crickets, nothing. So this is a day of transparency, and it's a day that we're going to identify a lot of problems. Overspending is one of them. I look forward to many more rescission cuts, including the pocket rescissions.
Mr. Norman?
Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And we do, I think everyone on this side of the aisle wants to thank Mr. Norman for his vote earlier this week in favor of releasing the Epstein files, because we think this is something that clearly already has some bipartisan support, and we think it should move forward on that basis. But we're here primarily about the rescissions package, which, with this package, I think the White House and congressional Republicans have sunk to a new low. We're here in yet another emergency rules committee hearing because the right-wing zealots and Project 2025 authors who are calling the shots in this Trump White House find democracy and the rule of law to be inconvenient barriers to their extremist agenda. So instead, they want to rule this country through a combination of fear and make-believe emergencies. This time, they're trying to cut federal funding for some uniquely impactful programs with broad bipartisan public support, including public radio and television, and global healthcare and hunger relief programs, programs that are widely acknowledged as being critical services for local and especially rural American communities, and that are important to both our national security and our moral standing in the world, particularly with respect to the USAID programs. I hear frequently from constituents who are parts of faith groups, including our Catholic charities and colleges, our mainline congregations, our Quaker friends, as well as our local Rotary clubs and other nonprofit groups, that they value these programs and believe that they should receive more support, not less. So why are they under attack? Because the Republican Party under Trump claims that these important programs, which benefit the general public and our national security, must be cut in order to reduce the national debt. The hypocrisy is astonishing. Not even 2 weeks ago, Republicans voted on a strict party line basis to put the country $4 to $6 trillion deeper in debt, not so they could lower costs for Americans, not so they could improve Americans' health and well-being or address the existential threat of climate change, but to give the mega-rich a bigger tax cut at the expense of all other Americans. In fact, they rammed through their grotesque, big, ugly bill, knowing that it will slash health care for millions of Americans, including nursing home residents, children with disabilities, and hardworking, low-income Americans just trying to get ahead. It will end SNAP food assistance for hungry Americans, and it will repeal long overdue environmental protection measures that had already started to reduce energy costs and protect vulnerable communities. And now Republicans want to zero out funding for NPR and PBS and programs that undergird American influence abroad, ostensibly in the name of deficit reduction. This rescission package is a cruel joke. The pattern is clear. The Trump administration, aided and abetted by congressional Republicans, is getting services for working Americans, shielding the powerful, and calling it fiscal responsibility. We hear lies about deficit reduction and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, only to see Trump and the Republicans add trillions to the debt. We hear lies about making the government more efficient, and then see Republicans slash funding for some of the government's most efficient programs, while firing and defunding effective government watchdogs. We hear lies about the actions of prior administrations, only to distract from this administration's abuses and cover-ups. Meanwhile, Republicans are ignoring real areas of waste, fraud, and abuse, whether in the financial and tech sectors, at the Pentagon, or with Big Pharma, with the private prison contractors that they're paying to lock up law-abiding members of our communities, because going after that fraud, that waste, that abuse would hurt their campaign donors. And then there's the waste and abuse being committed by this administration on a daily basis. Just this week, we learned that the Trump administration is going to destroy 1 million pounds of international food aid. This is food that was produced and purchased from American farmers with taxpayer dollars, but that has been allowed to rot in warehouses because this administration blocked its distribution and then ignored warnings that it would go to waste. Let this sink in. American taxpayers are going to pay for the purchase and destruction of 1 million pounds of food that was supposed to feed 1.5 million malnourished children. This isn't just un-American, it's immoral. It violates every humanitarian norm. So what we get under Trump's Republican Party is a mountain of debt, millions losing their health care, millions going hungry, and with this bill, millions around the globe losing their lives, while here at home, millions will lose their local radio and public television. The fits and starts with which both this rescission bill and the big ugly bill have moved also point to another important anti-democratic trend. These bills have been stalled repeatedly, not with bipartisan negotiations, but by a Republican legislative agenda that screws over the American people. But when those schemes screw over the wrong Republicans, that Republican senator or member of Congress goes and begs the White House for a sweetheart deal to exempt their state or their district from whatever havoc the bill is creating nationwide. This naked influence peddling and partisanship is an astonishing breach of the principle that Congress and the White House should serve all Americans, not just their partisan allies or donors. If your Republican cuts are good for my constituents, then they should be good enough for your constituents too. Now, with the White House, the House, and the Senate under Republican control, the apparent operating theory of government is now to use the power of the federal government to benefit themselves, their friends, and families at the expense of everyone else, at the expense of the nation, and at the expense of our collective future. As we stand on the brink of our nation's 250th anniversary, it is sickening to see the damage to our American constitutional order, which was formed and has always been grounded in fairness and the rule of law. It is a disgrace. And this is a disgrace that our founders sought to prevent. They designed a constitutional system to prevent demagogues from sowing confusion, manipulating public passions, and abusing the rule of law. The separation of powers among the three branches of government is supposed to hold each branch in check, but that requires that Congress, and specifically the majority of Congress, live up to its constitutional duty instead of cowering in fear or acting the fool. And until the House and Senate majorities grow a spine, we are all of us in peril. So, Ranking Member DeLauro, the last time a rescission measure passed the House, I believe, was over 30 years ago. So it is not something that is part of our normal order of business. Can you comment at all on this rescission package and the specificity or lack thereof, and how it might compare to prior rescission packages?
Well, the point in fact is I say that the OMB director, Russ Vought, has designed a system to remove the Congress and the Appropriations Committee in this aspect, to eviscerate it, so that the power to make a decision of what amount of money will be spent, where it will be spent, how it will be spent, no matter what the Congress has directed. These are congressional directed dollars. And he has the view that he has the authority to do that. He can't do that. There's no inherent authority to do it. The rescission piece of it, yes, is a lawful process under the Impoundment Control Act, and they don't even believe, he doesn't believe in the Impoundment Control Act. But this was a way for him to codify the cuts that he would like to make, because it just doesn't like it. How we can, and that's, you know, not been the case in point. Look, I would be opposed to this under any administration. I fought with the Biden administration when we, and I'll be very self-serving. I moved forward to say that OMB had to let us know what money it was spending and what they were apportioning for various funds, and they had to make that public. They did not want to do that. I had this conversation, but we did it because the public has a right to know where their dollars are going. And under this process, and when we look at this rescission package, particularly on the international development assistance, we have no idea what they're doing or where they are going with this. So it is really unprecedented, but unprecedented based on a construct of Russ Vought, the OMP director, that remove appropriations, amass the power, and it's not even power for the president, I might add. He is amassing that power for himself. And that somebody who is unelected, we're going to turn over, that this body, House, Senate, turn over that power to this individual. I find that unconscionable. If I may make a couple of points, and I wanted to say that With my colleague, we agree and we disagree, as he's pointed out. But Chairman Diaz-Balart understands the value of some of these programs. He knows the value of supporting voices for democracy over authoritarianism, and that we need to keep funding long-term development and education, agriculture to support our partners, build stability over time. As he has mentioned, he funds these programs. So these programs are being gutted with this rescission, and we have to consider that. And my final point, and I want to, if I can, to Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, today, this president is spending billions of dollars that is lawfully unavailable to him. Congress has not approved it. The OMB director vote has really tricked the president into spending it anyway, against the law. I would be happy to sit with you to go through this with you, and I would hope we could join together to hold him, or quite frankly, any president accountable. And I'm happy to follow up with you. That's not the issue that we are focused on here today, but it has to do with how the appropriations process works, what the agreements were in the past, what money was allocated, how it was supposed to be used. And that's the law. So I just leave it there. I hope I've answered the general.
No, I think you did. And I just wanted to clarify one more thing. So the bill before us today, this rescission package, was prepared by Russell Vought, who's the head
Yes.
of the Office of Management and Budget.
Right, that's right.
He also is the primary author of Project 2025,
That's
is he
right.
not? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he is.
And so this package would legitimize the cuts that the Office of Management and Budget and this author of Project 2025 have made without Congress's
Well,
input.
he in Project 2025, I read it carefully, you
Same.
know, he talks about empowerment. When he went for his confirmation hearings, you know, ruled in, you know, that it was impounded, because he said empowerment is, that is the inherent authority of the executive. And again, I've quoted here before, not the case. Judge Antonin Scalia opined on this. Judge Kavanaugh has opined on this, that there is no inherent authority. But I also want to be clear that the rescission piece of that, the 45-day piece, is something that does come out of the Empowerment, you know, Control Act. It is just upending both the constitutional power of the purse that the Congress has, and to eviscerate and hopefully eliminate, and for the life of me, an appropriations process. I'm going to fight to the death for the power of the Appropriations Committee, because I believe in it. I believe in what it has done and the difference it has made in a bipartisan way. I crafted deals with Tom Cole that increased the amount of money for the NIH, that funded Gear Up and TRIO and education programs that made a difference, that we looked at these areas, and we've, and also with Congressman Diaz-Balart, with what we've done. And what they did here was to carve out Egypt. They carve out certain pieces. They want to spend it in Egypt and Jordan and spend it in any way they want. But we need an obligation to Jordan to do that. They're the stabilizing force in the Middle East. But you can't pick and choose depending on who you like and who you don't like and who you support politically and don't support politically. That is not the process. We have an established process here, which is called the appropriations process, which deals with that money. And while the president can want to make changes, he needs to come back to the Congress to make those changes. That is the piece that is missing here, totally.
Well, obviously, we appreciate the work that you and Chairman Cole do with appropriations. He, of course, is a longtime member of this committee. And we appreciate the appropriations process, but I would say even behind that, we have the constitutional process pursuant to Article 1, where it's Congress that makes the laws and funds the government and not the executive. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
Thank the chairwoman. Just a couple of quick things, and I would ask the chairman, just real quick, if I'm correct, there are significant previous presidents have submitted rescissions in the past, including Democrat presidents such as President Clinton. True?
Yes, sir, because it is under the law. It's allowed, this is part of the legal process.
Part of the law. It's a normal part of the process.
Correct, sir.
Following the law. And so, we can debate which things we choose to cut or not, but the fact is it's a normal part of the process.
Correct.
Secondly, we're talking about $9 billion, correct?
That's correct, sir,
Total outlays for the federal government this year, $7 trillion.
approximately.
So we're talking about 0.00012 or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, 0.133%. Okay, but like 0.13% or something. Yeah. So we're talking about a tiny fraction, right, of our overall spend, right?
I would agree.
So, but in the process of doing that, what we're trying to do is clean up a significant amount of the spending. Is that right?
Mr. Roy, if I may,
Yeah.
I think it doesn't pass the smell test to say that every penny that the federal government spends is well spent, obviously. But I would argue, and I think it's pretty easy to be proven right, that in particular in the last 4 years, the amount of waste and misspending was so outrageous that there needed to be a pullback. And this is an attempt to do just that.
And so, and with people have gone through various lists, and people have different priorities in life. But I can just tell you, the people who sent me to Texas, sent me from Texas to Washington, they didn't want us to do $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. They didn't want us to do $2 million for sex changes in LGBT activism in Guatemala. They didn't want me to do $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. And look, I understand people have their priorities. They think some idea is a good idea. They go, okay, we got to help the Egyptians. Let's you go help them with some tourism. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of good reasons to go to Egypt without that, but okay. But $6 million, well, that's $6 million. We're $37 trillion in debt. $45 million for DEI scholarships in Burma. I can go down a complete list of just some crazy things. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. We can go down the list. These lists are public. My point being, there's a lot of stuff in here that we're trying to clean up what we're spending. Again, $9 billion out of the $7 trillion in outlays. Now, there's probably more coming. And I know that there are some concerns for that. But is Director Vogt, is he operating in any way outside of the law by doing this?
I'm glad you asked that, because at the introduction of this meeting on this issue, the Honorable Chairwoman talked about that this is established in law. This process is established in law. And I obviously have great respect for everybody here, but I will tell you, Mr. Roy, I was a little taken back because I think it is absolutely healthy to disagree, right? I was taken a little bit aback when you, the OMB director, try to disqualify a person who, by the way, Senate confirmed. Now, I may have disagreements, you may have disagreements, but I have to admit I was taken back when you try to disqualify an individual because you disagree with that individual. And I frankly have to admit, I take exception with that attitude. As well as I mentioned a little while ago, sir, this is a legal process, number one. Number two is there is a egregious violation of a president spending money neither authorized nor appropriated, and it's not me saying it, Mr. Roy. The Supreme Court of the United States said that. Where was the outrage by some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Roy? And so again, to your point, yes, thank you. This is a legal process. It's fine to agree or disagree with some of the cuts, obviously. It's a legal process. Can we absorb it? Absolutely. And by the way, again, the appropriations process, which is a big part of this, has already begun.
Two more quick questions. You obviously focus a lot of your attention as an appropriator in areas such as the United Nations, World Health Organization, et cetera. My understanding is that H.R.4 rescinds $33 million, but that's up $1.5 billion appropriated in fiscal year 2024 in the United Nations. And then it's going after things, for example, like UNRWA and, programs that have been severely discredited in terms of their support for our enemies and the enemies of Israel and enemies of our allies. Do you believe that this is the sweet spot in trying to clean up some of the mess and how the dollars have been flowing overseas while still maintain some of our engagements with these entities?
Well, again, the Secretary of State has clearly said we're going to continue to do things that are important abroad for the national security interests of the United States. We're just going to do it in a way that supports our national security interest, and not. You mentioned some of the wasteful programs. There's so many others, and we can go on for days talking about that. So, you also asked the question specifically about, for example, the UN. Both in fiscal year 24 and this in the appropriations bill in fiscal year 25. And I think you might be glad to hear that in the fiscal year 26 bill that was passed out of subcommittee this week, we defund the general fund of the UN. We defund UNRWA. We defund the World Health Organization, which has become a subsidiary of the Chinese Communist Party record. Look, I just mentioned for example, the bill fiscal year 24 and 25, the appropriations bill. I have here, and again, I respect it, but I have here in writing the press release put together by the Democratic leaders of the Appropriations Committee, and I respect their opinion. I disagree with it. And let me tell you some of the things. I've highlighted some of the things here that we, the appropriators, in the case it was my bill, right, that they complained that we were eliminating funds for. And let me just read it out loud. They were upset that we had a prohibiting funding for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the EcoHealth Alliance, gain of function research, and any lab controlled by China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, they say Russia twice, and Venezuela. So we have a difference in opinion. We think that funds for things like this are not only wasteful, they hurt our national security interests. If I may, I don't want to go through this ad nauseum, but for example, another thing that we were criticized for is a prohibition of funds for the government of the People's Republic of China or the Chinese Communist Party, and that we prevent lending through the international financial institutions to the People's Republic of China. If I may, also not upset, they were, pointing out that they opposed cutting funds because we said no funds can be used to revoke the designation of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a foreign terrorist organization. Now, Mr. Roy, I respect that our friends on the other side of the aisle don't want to cut any spending. I respect that they believe, I guess, that everything is well spent, but I would argue that history would show us that when they are supporting funding things that I just read for you, this is in writing, and I respect their opinion on it, and I would also argue that thinking that $9 billion rescission is going to somehow end the world, to your point, because every penny is so well spent that we shouldn't touch any of it, I would respectfully say I strongly disagree. This is a step in the right direction, and I think, hopefully, pretty soon, I hope to be able to come in front of you with the fiscal year 26 appropriations bill dealing with these issues, and hopefully, again, hopefully in that moment we can count for your support. I'm not asking for it now because you haven't seen it, but I think you might be pleased with some of those issues that we have in that bill.
Well, I thank my friend from Florida, and since the gentleman from Florida has used more than my time, I will only close by saying this because it's been so important to the people in my community, because a lot of folks here are talking about and extolling the virtues of NPR, PBS, public broadcasting, and so forth, and talked about how they're cutting their funding is somehow going to endanger communities and rural communities. Well, when the floods were hitting the people that I represent, it took NPR through Texas Public Radio 19 hours to post anything about the flooding on its social media. What was NPR and TPR doing in the interim? What were they doing in the morning at 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning when private radio stations that I listened to and that I talked to were breaking in and presenting the information of the news? They were playing a program, a DC-based program, lobbying Congress for billions of dollars to continue their funding. When the flood hit at 4 in the morning, instead of providing local news, they were airing the morning edition of the Washington, D.C. Well, that's fine. They already had it pre-taped. I get that. But they didn't break in like the local stations did and so forth. The 7 private stations posted over 70 alerts on their social pages throughout the day, starting at 7:24 in the morning. My point being, private stations in the communities in which I live were there for the people of Texas. They were there presenting the information necessary. And the public stations were completely MIA. And with that, I yield back to the chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Would you like, Mr. Chairman, to enter any of that material that you read into the record?
That would be great, and I would ask that.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Well, I think the chairwoman, I do just want to say to the gentleman from Texas, who I have great respect for, and I certainly am keeping his constituents and his communities in my prayers. I will say his experience with respect to public radio and public television, vastly different than mine. I represent the state of Colorado. My district has been besieged by multiple natural disasters, flash floods, wildfires, and on every occasion, public television, public broadcasting, public radio stations, Colorado Public Television, Rocky Mountain PBS have been there. And I would take umbrage to the suggestion. I'm not going to speak for other members and their respective experiences in their districts or their states, but I will certainly say for the state of Colorado, public television has played an instrumental role in helping constituents during difficult times of need. I want to say thank you to the ranking member and to the subcommittee chairman. Welcome back. Good to have you both here. Mr. Diaz-Balart, Chairman, I want to ask you a couple of questions. So first, how much is the total dollar figure for the rescissions package?
I believe it's $9 billion. I can get you
$9 billion? Okay.
Yes.
And I think you described that, I wrote this down, as a substantial chunk of change.
I think it's a good down payment in trying to
those are your words.
refocus.
Those are your, I'm not.
Yep.
I wrote them down earlier. So $9 billion, substantial chunk of change. Would it surprise you to learn that that is 0.12%? 0.12% of the federal budget? Would that number surprise you? Or?
I'd take your word for it, sir.
Okay. And I presume you're pursuing this rescissions, at least you've articulated it in part, it's animated by concerns about the debt and by the deficit.
Well, if I may, sir.
No, I'm just asking if it is or if it isn't. If it's not, if you have no concerns.
One of the factors. That's one of the factors.
That's a fair
answer. That's one of the factors.
I guess the question is, House Republicans, literally 15 days ago, voted for a bill that will increase the deficit by upwards of $4 trillion. $4 trillion. And your case here is that this $9 billion rescission, which you call a substantial chunk of change, that's animated by concerns for the deficit. I mean, it feels like if you were concerned about the deficit, voting against that big bill a few weeks ago would have been the right way to do it. Yes?
If I may, remember, again.
You disagree?
Well, let me tell you what I agree with, if you would allow me. Thank you. So as I said, this is to refocus an area of spending that has been misspent, severely misspent. Not only has it been misspending American taxpayer money, I would argue that it's actually been doing so in a way that in some cases has actually not only not helped our national security interests, has hurt our national security interests.
understand your
So
argument.
this is a multifaceted, there's
one of
many
the factors.
reasons why this is an important
And I'm asking
start.
about the deficit reason. I hear you. You
Yeah.
said that. It was a fair answer.
Correct.
You said I have multiple
Correct.
reasons for supporting this.
Correct, sir.
And I'm myopically focusing here on the first reason, which is you believe we should pass this rescissions package so that we can reduce the debt by $9 billion. And 15 days ago, you voted for a bill that increases the deficit by $4 trillion. You can understand why the American people would be a bit confused by that difference.
Well, if.
No?
Well, no, look, if you're saying that this is the only thing we're going to do to reduce the deficit, that would be
What
highly.
else have y'all done?
That would be highly inaccurate.
Have you done anything else?
Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, one of the things I'm very proud of is that the fiscal year 24 appropriation bills, it deals with my area,
Yeah.
right, that I chair, which, by the way, is in essence what we're under now, because as you know, we're under a CR.
CR, correct.
Right? Actually reduced 6%. And this
was
is
last year.
after the
That's
negotiations.
last year.
Correct. And
Yeah, no, I'm talking about this year.
well, but if you would allow me to finish. So, and the bill that I have presented that passed out of subcommittee is proposing, again, we have a long way to go, 22% reduction over last year's, which was a 6% reduction. So in other
much
words,
is that?
we are taking serious steps to reduce spending, to reduce the deficit, and equally as important is to make sure that the money that we do spend is well spent, and in this case,
I understand that reason.
reflects and helps the national security interests of the United States.
You've made the case on that, the secondary reason, which
Thank
we're going
you.
to talk about, but I.
Well,
and I
actually,
don't-
it's not, to me, it's not a secondary,
No, not
it's a
secondary.
very important
Secondary
reason.
might be that's the wrong adjective. The
Fair
other
enough.
reason, there are
Fair
many
enough.
reasons, so, and I don't want to belabor the point here. But I mean, we could spend some time, I mean, if your argument is that if we total up the ledger, okay, so you've got, $9 billion rescission here, and I guess you're citing the fiscal year 2024 cuts that you had shepherded as chairman of your subcommittee. I don't know what the total dollar number is on that, but I'm guessing that in the aggregate, if you added it all up, it wouldn't come close to the $4 trillion deficit increase that you have saddled my children and your children, your grandchildren with. And again, part of this about priorities. I understand your argument about the other reasons. And so that might, you make the case, as you've done. But I think it's a little rich for anybody to talk about this rescissions package as a deficit reduction or debt reduction measure, because the American people are not going to take that seriously after the $4 trillion bill last week. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's fair enough because I think it is obvious, right, that the majority of the spending is not discretionary.
Yeah.
It's mandatory spending. The big beautiful bill, we can have that discussion, and I'm sure you all have had a lot, and we can continue to do that. This process, which deals with, and you're right, remember, discretionary is less than a quarter of the money spent every year, but in discretionary, I think it's important to do what we can to spend where possible less, also to make sure that we're not misspending and that we are realigning our spending, in this case, to our national security interests and not wasting money, and that's what this would do.
Let's talk about that a bit. So because you referenced earlier that your subcommittee, I think, is in the process now of finalizing the numbers for fiscal year 2025, and we're hoping you'll be back before the rules.
2026.
26, I'm sorry, for
I know that's what
2026,
you meant.
correct. We never made it on 2024 because of the CR. So you all are in the process of that.
Yes, sir.
And I took a look at the press release that y'all issued a few days ago, and it very proudly proclaims that you are fully funding the Countering PRC Influence Fund of $400 million. That, it strikes me as something that's very important to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that it's important for our national security, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The question is, why didn't House Republicans include any provisions in the rescissions package to protect that funding?
Again, if I may.
No, it's a simple question.
No, I know.
The House bill-
because I do
The House
think.
bill that
Yeah.
that you all passed.
Correct.
Right?
We actually do.
Before it went to the Senate.
Yes,
Hold on, I'll
yes,
let you-
yeah.
The House bill, before it went to the Senate, did not include any language protecting the Countering PRC, People's Republic of China, Influence Fund. Okay, included no language. And I'm just trying to understand, because you are proclaiming on your website that you're very proud of the $400 million, of fully funding it for next year, why wouldn't you have protected it in the rescissions package that you passed?
I don't see those two issues being mutually exclusive. By the way,
How are they not?
well, because, again, hopefully, assuming we get some support for the bill, right? This is a process. We have funded it in the past. My intention would be to continue to fund it in the future. And
there was
so I don't
no-
think that's mutually exclusive.
Okay, let me walk through this. The PRC, the Countering PRC Influence Fund, right, is one of the funds that was identified in the $9 billion rescission. It's one of the sub-accounts, okay? So House Republicans passed this $9 billion rescissions package and did nothing to protect that account from being zeroed out by Russell vote and the
Oh,
OMB.
I see what you're saying.
When it got to the Senate,
I see what you're saying.
there were some Republicans in the Senate
Okay, I see what you're saying.
who decided that it was really important. And so they added language.
Yep.
Right?
No,
Is
you're
that-
right.
am I
No,
wrong?
No,
They added
I'm
language.
glad that, okay, I see where you're going.
You
No,
got
no,
it
and
now.
I do now, okay.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I get that. By the way,
But why didn't you do it?
Because, and obviously I was mistaken, I just thought that the Senate rules that we couldn't add text under the 1974 law. And so, by the
Now that
way.
you know,
Yeah.
so from now on, when rescissions package comes in next time, you'll add language here on the front end rather than doing it on the back end?
Again, like, I totally support, on that aspect that you just mentioned, I totally support what the Senate did there.
Yeah.
Again, I don't claim to be an expert on Senate rules, right? And so, are there potentially, by the way, who knows, other areas that, that we would add, or I would have added language if I thought that it was okay according to the Senate rules? So I will.
What about PEPFAR?
I will always, I will never claim to be an expert on Senate rules. And I will tell you, do I support that language? Yes. Not only do I support it, again, it's reflected in the fiscal year 26 bill, the 24 bill, which is what we're on right now. And again, to use, and I want to be respectful, because this is not to use your language
move to a
about,
different
you think
subject.
it's rich. I also think it's rich that I was criticized by my colleagues, appropriating, who I respect, for actually the language that I just read, that hopefully will be in the record, precisely because I was so strong and continue to be so strong about making sure that money doesn't go to the PRC. No money should go to pay back the PRC, goes to international institutions. So on that,
You've answered the question.
so I agree with the
I'll move to a
Senate
different
language.
subject.
I agree
So-
with the Senate language.
And I'm grateful you agree with the Senate language,
Yeah.
and I guess I would just say that House Republicans had every opportunity to do that on the front end, here in the House, before it got to the Senate. And I think it's a bit convenient now to say, well, it's, I wasn't familiar with the rescission rules and as to whether or not we could add language to protect aid to Egypt or the PRC language or a variety of other language that was added in the Senate with respect to HIV and AIDS. But let's put that to the side. PEPFAR, because this wasn't about language, this is about funding, right? Senate made the decision to pull $400 million, the PEPFAR rescission, out of this bill. Correct?
Correct.
All right, and you support that.
I support the bill, absolutely.
I know you support the bill, but you support that the PEPFAR funding is no longer part of the rescissions bill.
Yeah, I mean, look, by the way, for the record, I support PEPFAR. And
what
we've
I'm
actually,
asking, yeah. So I'm not-
and
it's
we've
not-
actually had hearings on PEPFAR.
So, but if that's the case, why not
if-
support it in the House
if I
on
may.
the front end?
Because do I think that we could absorb the original House language on PEPFAR? Absolutely. The Senate believes that, it's potentially safer to do it their way. It's not a huge change. So, but again, if I may, and this is not really your question, I do support PEPFAR. In the hearings that we've had, even on things that are as important that, for example, that I support, there has to be the question asked, should we do it forever? That's not what we're talking about now, but that's something that we are looking at in the appropriation bill.
Yeah, and I would say, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to a separate subject, but I just will say, that this is, I think we're getting into a game of semantics here. The PEPFAR funding is quite substantive. Most of the Republicans, overwhelming majority of the Republicans in the U.S. Senate voted against the amendment to strip PEPFAR funding out of the rescissions package. They did that not because they thought this was a less safe or more safe approach. They did it because they opposed pulling it out. They wanted the PEPFAR funding rescinded, as the vast majority of your colleagues do here in the House on the Republican side. And so I was just asking you, I'm trying to get a sense of, do you say you support the program? If you support the program, then I would hope that there would be a similar effort here in the House on the front end to pull that funding from the rescissions package before it made it to the floor. But in any event, another piece of your fiscal year 2026 budget on the foreign subcommittee that you lead is around countering efforts with respect to our adversaries.
Correct.
Right. I want to get a sense, this is back of the envelope, it really is, I'm just kind of curious. How much does the budget include for fiscal year 2026, just, you sort of, again, back of the envelope, for countering efforts regarding Cuba?
In the 2026 bill?
Yeah. A couple $100 million, or what?
No.
Or what's the?
No.
50 million or
It's less. It's again. It's I believe it's about. I think it's the same as it was in the original bill in
20
fiscal.
million, or what?
It's about. I want to say maybe 30, but don't quote me
Okay,
on that.
30 is good.
Let's in the
Let's use that
ballpark.
number.
In the ballpark.
So,
Yeah.
okay, here's the question. So let's say that $30 million, I understand, very important to you and your constituents, and I think a lot of Americans, right? Let's say that Congress appropriates that figure, and we approve that. Do you believe that that number, the $30 billion... Million, sorry. I had to be there. $30 million for countering Cuba. Do you believe that number is a floor or a ceiling?
There is no disagreement, I think, among a lot of the appropriators that when we put the appropriation bills together, the goal is to have the administration follow that.
So I
Now,
hear you.
Right.
Just
So
let me
there's
ask you
no
then.
disagreement on that.
Well,
But
no,
I
no,
do.
no,
But the
because I don't-
rescission process is part of the process.
I hear you. This
Yeah.
isn't actually about the rescission.
Okay.
So I'm not, so the $30 billion,
Million.
okay, that's going to go to the State Department to spend on countering Cuba. I'm just trying to get your sense. Is that number the floor or is it the ceiling? That's all I'm asking you. Which is it?
You're saying once it's law, whatever
Once
that
it's
number
law,
is?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it's once it's law, it's law.
It's the
It's
ceiling.
law. Which
Excuse me, it's
by the way, and so, look,
It's the, wait a minute, sorry, I'm not interrupting you.
Go ahead. No, please.
It's the floor.
well, no, theoretically, you're not supposed to spend above that either.
It's the floor and the ceiling.
I want to make sure I get that right. Yeah, all right, so.
Both.
Well, actually, can I tell you in the
Sure.
actual bill, how I have it? It's the
Yeah.
floor. In the way I have it written, no less than.
No less than.
Correct.
Perfect.
But that's how it's written in the bill on
That's
that
how
aspect.
it's written. So
On that part.
that goes to whether it's Secretary of State Blinken, 2 years ago, a year ago, or whether it's Secretary of State Rubio today. Here's the money that Congress has appropriated for countering Cuba. And you cannot spend any less than this, and you are required to spend this number. Right? It is the floor. You can't, we're not going to have you spend less than that amount. Correct?
If that language holds, that's what
Yes.
it would be. If
Okay.
that language holds, that's what it would be.
Here's why. I mean, and I
Right.
can glean from your reaction that it's a bit surprising on my question.
No.
And the reason why is...
I always actually appreciate your questions.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, because here's why. You and I agree. Ranking Member Rosen-DeLauro agrees. Every single Democrat, I think it's safe to say, in the House of Representatives agrees with you. Russell Vogt does not agree with you. In Politico, this is today, as he's describing the spending powers of the Congress, it is one of the most constitutional foundational principles, but that power of the purse does not mean it's a ceiling. It is not a floor, right? OMB Director Vogt's view, which is a ludicrous view, unmoored from any kind of constitutional or statutory basis, is that if we appropriate dollars, if you appropriate $30 million to counter Cuba, very important to your constituents. Secretary Rubio can look at the document and say, I'm going to spend $10. That's how much I'm spending in fiscal year 2026, because it isn't a floor. The rest of this, I understand it's important to Mario Diaz-Balart,
But I think
to the
it's-
Congress, but I'm not entitled or required to spend a single dime more than what I deem necessary as the executive
I
branch.
clearly see your point. I clearly see your point.
And you disagree with him.
Well, no. Oh, no, wait, hold on. It's very important to make a important observation, which is it's dependent. It depends how it's written. In some cases, we give flexibility. In some cases, we say not less. In some cases, we say not more. So I just want to make sure that we
Sure.
make the point
I agree with that caveat.
it's a little bit of a generalized statement, and I just want to make sure that we're accurate in what we're saying.
But what your staff had just handed you.
In
I
that
know-
case, in that specific case, then I would agree with you.
I appreciate that. And I will just venture to say that I have one last question. But I will venture to say that quote there might end up in a lawsuit here in the next couple of weeks, because the administration, as you know, we're deep in litigation now
Yes.
over impoundment. I appreciate the chairwoman. I will, I just have one question. You represent. Well, Mr. Diaz-Balart. Well, I agree with you on the answer part. I don't know about the question, but I hear you. I'm trying to get to it, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. I just want to talk a bit. I'm trying to look for the piece of paper here. Here it is. You represent South Florida, town of Miami Lakes,
Among others, yes.
among others. And the town of Miami Lakes, my understanding is getting a new zip code because of your efforts.
That's
You're working on it.
Working on it, yes, sir.
House is going to vote on a bill soon.
Hopefully.
Very exciting. I know how important that is to communities in my neck of the woods. I was looking online. Do you know how I discovered that the town of Miami Lakes was getting a new zip code potentially because of your efforts? I was looking at WLRN. It's the only publication I could find that would print a story about your efforts regarding a new zip code for the town of Miami Lakes. WLRN is a public affiliated station, right?
Yes, I believe so.
It is, I can
believe so.
assure you. It's
Yep.
public television.
Okay.
These cuts are going to be devastating. They're going to be really devastating to public television, to public radio in every state in the country, including in Florida and, of course, in Colorado. It's a shame. I wish you all would reverse
Can I just
this.
put one just little clarification? In South Florida, there are numerous local publications, which we have, for example, the community newspapers. That's in all the communities. Just so you know, just to make you feel comfortable, there are numerous private publications that cover what happens in D.C. locally, and so I hope you feel reassured
Well, none of them
that
about the
that's
zip
not
code.
the only one.
None of them about your legislative efforts on the zip code, except for public radio. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Congressman Diaz-Balart, I do have I don't remember exactly. Did the Inflation Reduction Act money, did that go through the appropriations process and the American Rescue Plan?
No. No, sir.
It did not go through the appropriations
No,
process,
sir.
did it? I didn't think it did, and I just listened to. But it did not go through appropriations,
Correct, sir.
right? And it went through without a single Republican vote. Both of them did.
Correct, sir.
Correct? We're on the same page. All right. So I'm looking at these numbers. I know you may not have the exact numbers year to date, but right now I'm looking, and it says that the federal government has spent $5.345 trillion year to date. Now, that would include mandatory spending and other things, but the second largest category of spending right now is the interest on the national debt. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, sir.
That's what it says anyway here. Would you be surprised to know that federal spending is up $318 billion this year over last year?
That unfortunately does not surprise me.
So when we talk about an $9 billion cut right here in this piece of legislation, is that correct?
That's it.
Okay, $9 billion. So if we just use these numbers here, so total federal spending is up $318 billion. If we take this $8 billion, total federal spending is still up $310 billion instead of $318 billion. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little taken back at the whining and crying over what amounts to less than 0.5% of discretionary spending. And I'm a little embarrassed, candidly, that with Republicans in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, that we can't actually cut a little more. And I just hope we're able to continue to show the American taxpayers where their dollars have been going. We showed them tremendous sums of waste, fraud, and abuse over the last several months. I hope that we're able to get back to showing the American taxpayers where their dollars have been going, and that we're actually able to come back with a rescissions package that does significantly more than the $9 billion. And again, I want the American citizens to know, total federal spending this year from last year up $318 billion. Now, you would think the sky was falling and the sun wasn't going to come up tomorrow if you listen to all of the whining and crying. But just factually speaking, if you take this rescission of $9 billion out of the $318 billion increase over last year, you still got a $310 billion increase in federal spending. That's year-to-date, by the way. It will be more than that at the end of the fiscal year. We got to do a better job of reducing the deficit and getting economic growth. And if we don't, the interest cost is going to consume the majority of federal spending in the near future. And with that, Madam Chair, I don't have any questions for the gentleman. I just wanted to make the point, this is a drop in the bucket, and we're just getting started on reducing the deficit in this country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that very understanding look in your eyes as you recognized me. You know, and as I listen to this conversation and the comments, it just gets me every single time. When they talk about the need to reduce federal spending, the need to address deficits, anybody who voted for that big, ugly bill that is now law, which increases the deficit by $4 trillion, should feel ashamed about talking about deficit spending and debt. It's $4 trillion. $4 trillion. The interest rate is taking it up to that and even more. And that's why when they talk about attacking waste, fraud, and abuse to save American money, those are meaningless words after you voted for that bill. Those are meaningless words. When, in addition to increasing the deficit, the main beneficiaries of that bill were the billionaires. That is waste. Because the reality is they don't need the money. And it was pointed out earlier that the Trump administration is burning 500 tons of food that went to waste instead of feeding the hungry. And since his inauguration as president, Trump has made millions off of his presidency. He's made more than $320 million in fees alone from his meme coin, and now he's exempt from regulation. No president in history has ever made so much money selling his presidency and influence, ever. So when we talk about fraud and abuse, let's talk about that kind of waste, fraud, and abuse, because what I see it as destruction, deception, and corruption. So in this bill, we see Republicans once again taking away from the poor and rural areas. So when I hear my colleague who's now left saying they shouldn't, why are they whining about this $9 billion? It's because I know the places that are going to suffer when they lose NPR, PBS, and public broadcasting stations, because it's the local stations that are going to be hurt the most. And you know, they keep doing it. Republican bills and DOGE and Trump want to destroy public education, public health care, public lands, and now public broadcasting. So let's talk a bit about public broadcasting. We heard earlier today that Americans really want and are looking forward to us cutting public broadcasting. Do you agree with that, Representative Diaz-Balart?
Can you please repeat that?
So earlier today in this hearing, I believe it was Representative Norman, said this is what Americans really want. They want us to cut the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know if he quite said that, but he may have. I do agree that there has been, like in unfortunate other parts of the government, a lot of waste, a lot of misuse. There was, which I did not participate in, but I watched part of it on, you know, on the TV while I was in this process, where there was a hearing on that, and it was pretty evident that there has been a lot of waste, a lot of misuse, and I think that's
So-
part of the
so the
reason
question
why
was,
this
do you
is,
think
that's part of the reason
Americans-
that's why this is here.
Yeah, do you think Americans want you to do these cuts?
I do think that there are multiple alternatives, private sector alternatives. You know, when I was a child, there were
So-
only a
so
couple channels. Now there
the
are
question
hundreds or
was-
thousands of channels.
Yeah.
And I think there is a valid question as whether the taxpayer, when there are hundreds, if not thousands
Well, let me tell you,
of channels.
The question was about whether Americans want this, and let me tell you what it looks like what Americans want. So 1 in 3 Americans use public radio at least once a week. 70% of public radio is considered, Americans think, 70% of Americans think public radio provides a valuable service, and you might be interested in that. That includes 64% of Republicans. They trust the news from public radio. 3 in 4 Americans agree it's important to have public radio for emergency alerts and public safety. And this is a poll that was done recently, because people recognize the importance of public radio and public broadcasting. And they recognize the importance of it because these rural radio stations, especially, and let me tell you, Republican states, they rely on it. Alaska. If you go and read the news, in Alaska, they rely on it. In New Mexico, our tribal radio stations are essential because some of those places, there aren't the alternatives that you mentioned, or they aren't for free. And that's the importance of public. That's the importance of the public. So we know that there was a desire by Senator Rounds to preserve tribal broadcasting. Can you tell me where in the bill? He said he's voting for this bill because they're going to preserve funding for tribal broadcasting. Can you tell me where in the bill there is the preservation for tribal public broadcasting?
Let me see if I can get you some specifics on that. I would, by the way, respectfully mention that when you're saying that it is so popular and there's so much audience, great. And then the question, I think there's a valid question as to, well, then why should the taxpayer have to pay for it? And I just, again, respectfully, when you say it's not for free, it's not free. It's being paid for by the taxpayer. When government provides a service, not only is it not free, usually it costs a lot more than when the private sector provides it. So, and again, very respectfully, I just think that's a little bit of kind of highlights kind of the disagreement. When you say government programs are free, I would respectfully say government programs are not free. And what we can show time and time again is usually government programs are a lot more expensive than those that are provided by the private sector. So respectfully, I think that's part of the disagreement.
There is a disagreement not on whether who is it free for? And that's the purpose of public. That is precisely the purpose of public. And it is an ideological difference. I agree with you. That when you talk about everything being for profit and profit making, that means you are going to be inserting profit in everything they do. And that is the difference. We heard in this committee, they shouldn't worry about Sesame Street and these important public programs because they're going to get picked up by Netflix. That is not free to the family that cannot afford it. So I'm talking about free for everybody in the public. And there are, and so that was what I was saying.
Okay.
Is who are they free to? And I think that it is important to have public education, even though there are private schools. I think it is important to have public transportation, even though you can have toll roads and you can have your own private car. There are certain goods that are important, that are key, and that's why somebody in a Republican state like Alaska voted against that. And so was there anywhere in the bill that
I have an
actually
answer.
protected?
Not that I can find. I cannot find anything in the bill that specifically protects what you were asking.
Right, because there's nowhere in the bill that protects these kinds of services. There are all these deals made, and then there's these pinky promises that, oh, we're going to protect tribal radio. And I think that that's what's really key, is with regards to tribal radio, they understand that. I have a letter here from the National Congress of American Indian, and what they say is enactment of H.R.4 and eliminating the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funding would devastate tribal communities by severely impacting tribal broadcast capacity and essential tribal public safety infrastructure that protects communities during emergencies. It would put tribal lives at greater risk. Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record the letter from the National Congress of American Indians stating this, and it is dated. I need to make sure.
It's okay, you're going to hand it in, we'll get it.
June 10th, 2025. Well, you know, some people are strict on this, and I admire the requirement to actually have that data here, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
And this is the point that I am making, is that there are things that are about emergencies, that are about the public, that are key, and that I think are important. So if you think people should just pay for everything and there should always be a profit motive, that is honestly a disagreement we have about how we look at things. Because I do think that we should not be having those kinds of problems. And, you know, the emergency alerts, there is nothing in this bill that would protect your beloved communities who might be relying on the multiple sources of public radio and public television that you also just pointed out, is there?
Again, and that's why I want to make sure I'm accurate with my answers, and so I got you that specific. There's no doubt that there are, and because I do live in an area that's obviously prone to storms, right? And there are, fortunately, and of course, with the caveat or the understanding that I happen to live in one of the states that's the most prepared for, you know, hurricanes for obvious reasons. There are multiple ways that people get that information. And I'm speaking for the state of Florida.
You're speaking for the state of Florida, and this is the thing, is as it was pointed out for Colorado, as we've heard, and if you go and pull Kansas, the people in Kansas are terrified because they rely on these programs. The people of New Mexico know that the public radio stations are essential. We just heard about the important role they play in Colorado. Not everywhere is densely populated with multiple avenues. And that's the other thing about the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the educational programs that are available for free. I was reading an article online about a Kansas grandmother who said, my days are filled because I can see the Antique Roadshow, but more importantly, my grandchildren learned how to count with Count Dracula. Right? Who in this room, I mean, I'll ask around, is like, did any of your kids watch Sesame Street? I'm looking, Mr. Jack, Representative Griffith, you always have, none of your kids did. Well, you are probably the exception, because so many others did. In the audience, everyone raised their hands who, you know, oh, look at the smiles on the faces that are coming up, because people do look at these things. And, you know, we fell in love with Sesame Street. We fell in love with the kindness and understanding shared among the characters. And I think that this idea of keeping kindness and generosity in our public arena and as one of the public goods that we do is so key. And that is what the public television programs do. Think about that. Think about how kind. Like even Grouch, the Grouch, right? Oscar, like everybody's nice to Oscar and helps him get through these things. Right? We need us all to see, like maybe we're a little too grouchy sometimes because of this role we play. But like if you step into that role of what Sesame Street cheats, it's let me understand why you're grouchy and maybe I can understand that, right? But right now, all these rescissions, they're sort of like the Cookie Monster. Like the Cookie Monster, he's eating caviar instead of cookies because, we're giving all these tax benefits to the billionaires and we're eating up the public good and we're eating up kindness and generosity and things that are free to the people who most need them. Representative Diaz-Villar, and that's what I was talking about.
And I thank the gentlelady, but again, I just remind everybody respectfully, it's not free. It's very expensive.
The taxpayers are doing it. And that's
Correct,
the question.
correct.
And the taxpayers pay for a lot of things. We just, in that big ugly bill, you actually cut royalty rates for oil and gas companies. You cut them by about 4%, down to 12%, which gave away millions of dollars, which gave away more than the $1 billion that you're cutting from this. And let me tell you, there was no need to do that. We have record oil and gas profits, and in the state of New Mexico, we have twice the royalty rate now, 25%. Record sales on our latest lease. So it's all who's paying for it? The decisions you made in that bill where that big bird didn't deserve it, the people who cannot afford to stream and pay for Netflix didn't deserve it, but oil and gas companies deserve it. It's never free. But we gave away some freebies to the oil and gas industry. Representative DeLauro, the Trump administration, this life-saving nutritional aid, was it about 1.5 children could have been fed with that for a week?
It is unbelievable, rotting in a storage space because no delivery mechanism put together because it's been shuttered. So.
And is that, do you consider that, Representative Diaz-Villar, the idea that we would let that much food go, is that waste in your mind?
I think that was highly unfortunate, and frankly, something that I would never try to justify.
It's waste, and that's not a good use. That is like wasting taxpayer dollars.
Why is that not considered waste?
There is a cost to that. There is a cost. So I wanted to just go and quickly, because I don't want to get tagged by our wonderful chairwoman here. So as you were having all of this discussion of why it's important to do this, now, as I understand, when you work on the appropriations in your subcommittee, it's not easy. You have hearings, you have discussions, you debate it among yourself, you bring it administration, you do all of that. Is that correct, Representative Diaz-Villar?
I would agree with you, yes, and I would agree with you, no, it's not easy.
Right, it's not easy. So
I think the ranking member, full committee ranking member and I are in full agreement, full agreement.
And so did you have the same kind of debate about this rescission package?
No.
I met multiple times with ONB, but...
Did your committee meet?
And we actually had a committee meeting where we had folks come in, and we did.
Was there a hearing on the rescission? Is that correct?
But obviously, it clearly doesn't have the same level. I would concede that it's not at the same level that having multiple hearings, which is what we try to do in the Appropriations Committee. So I love the Appropriations Committee. So I believe that the appropriations process is the best process, but I will tell you that we did have folks from the administration come in 2 hearings.
And you were the subcommittee chair when this budget, because you were the subcommittee chair last year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, by the stroke of a pen from the president, all that work that went into that thing is gone. Is that ranking member? This is your point, right?
This is
your
my point. We hammered out appropriations bills, and appropriations bills are $1.7 trillion every single year. And to get there, you have to give a little, and you have to get a little. And you go back and forth to meet the needs of the people that we represent through these 12 subcommittees.
And the
And
reason.
you hammered it out, and then we come to an agreement. We get it signed by the President of the United States, not a suggestion, a law of the land. And in this circumstances, I will just say that we had an unelected individual, a billionaire in Elon Musk, decide what was going to be spent, how it was going to be spent, what was going to be cut. By what authority? None. Zero authority to take $425 billion, which we tracked in the 12 subcommittees, that they either froze, terminated, or paused in some way. That's not what we do here. That's not the process. We can hammer out stuff. You know, the chairman will say, look, we can't go here. But, you know, I'll say, well, maybe we can go there. How do we come to a meeting of the minds? That is done every day with the Appropriations Committee. And it has been done over the years. And that is what is being abrogated.
And that is all of that, once again, going back to what is public. Your hearings are public.
Public,
Our
absolutely.
debates are public. And what you had here was perhaps a private meeting. Was it,
No,
was
we-
that,
we had-
did you
We
have
actually,
a public,
we did have, yes, we did.
Did you have a ranking member? There seems to be
hearings on the
disagreement
rescission
on that.
The
We
subcommittee
had
did.
no hearings on the rescission package.
No hearings on this.
None.
And
None.
that's it.
Can I
That-
want to make sure that I'm accurate. No, we had hearings and meetings regarding what the administration was doing, not specifically on the rescission
That's on
package.
So you had
appropriations.
no
We
hearing.
have hearings on appropriations, but
Because
none on
the
rescission
law,
package.
because the law, which is being followed, the 1974 law, created this process of rescissions. Now, I would, by the way, agree with, I think, both of you,
You have to come
I
back to
like-
the Congress.
congressional process. But I would also argue that there has been so much misspent money that this is why the administration felt obligated to do this rescission
Well, you
package.
can't willy-nilly do that. I just have to say this. No, the 45 days, yes, is legal. They're abusing and in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. But the 45 days is legal. However, that says you have to come back and say to the Congress, this is what I want to do, and you have to have a process that follows that. None, zero, nada. Oh, no, this is not the
actually,
hearing.
I mean, I feel for you because you guys have worked so hard, and with a very quick, darn and dirty, it's going to be gone. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I could probably go on for hours in disagreement, but I gave a
Please don't.
too long, as my colleagues pointed out, a too long soliloquy the last time we had the rescissions package up. I will just note it was kind of fun to listen. My staff hates it, my wife hates it, but I have this thing about music lyrics that just pop in my head. So Billy Hill, who wrote The Glory of Love, and Benny Goodman, who originally recorded it, would have loved your reference, ranking member, when you said you've got to give a little and you've got to get a little. It comes from that song as an original piece of musical artwork. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
I always enjoy listening
No,
to
I
you.
was saying that.
I do too, and now you're going to make me have that song in my head too.
Gotta give.
Mr. Jack.
Take a little.
No, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just, as the freshman, I'm always the last member to ask questions, but if I could, Chairman Diaz-Balart, just give you an opportunity to offer a closing statement, a closing kind of message as it relates to why it's so important to codify these rescission.
Well, I
clauses.
appreciate it, and I'll be brief. By the way, just for the record also, if I may, I was just, Mr. Nagus said that the only, outlet that covered the zip code, it was also covered by Florida Politics, it was covered by Florida Daily, it was
Television,
covered.
public television.
It was covered from Miami Laker. So I'm just saying that there's other avenues, and I just wanted to make sure that that was in the record.
None of those are television.
There are multiple outlets. Thank you, sir. Look, we've discussed this enough. Where I totally agree with the ranking member is that, to me, the best process is the appropriations process, and which is what we're starting to do it. But it would be, frankly, just not serious to not understand that, in particular in the last 4 years, the amount of money that was spent and wasted was just really offensive. And I know that there's so much concern about the administration using a legal process established in law to come up with $9 billion worth of reductions. But I don't remember the outrage, and I repeat this, but I think it's an important note. I do not remember the outrage about the abuse of process when the previous president spent money, as I recall, that was neither authorized nor appropriated, and the Supreme Court said it's unconstitutional, and he continued to do it. And there was no outrage then. Getting back, however, to this particular issue. It's a $9 billion rescission. It went through the House. I think the Senate refined it, which is part of this process. It's in front of us today. Do I think that cutting $9 billion to make sure that we are spending money wisely is too severe of a cut? Absolutely not. Do I think this is a step in the right direction? Absolutely. Do I agree with some of my colleagues that I think all of us would like to get back to, again, the appropriations process? And the good news that under the leadership of Tom Cole, and yes, the full committee ranking member, we are working through that process as we speak. But for the issue at hand, a $9 billion rescission to get us back on track, to make sure that we are spending wisely, that we are spending without wasting money, is a good step in the right direction. So thank you for the opportunity. I think this is something that merits our support, our vote, and I would ask for your support. And thank all of you who serve on this committee for the work that you do for the American people.
I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
recognized.
I appreciate the recognition. Madam Chair, and I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for being here. We have hardworking Americans across this country and all of our districts that have had to face real difficult financial decisions every day, and especially the inflation they've suffered for under the last 5 years or so. They've had to cut back in their households on groceries, car expenses, home repairs that they could put off. Families don't have the luxury of wasting money, and they expect us here in Washington at the Capitol to live by that same standard. Yet here we're debating whether or not we should be reclaiming for them $9.5 billion of unspent and unnecessary funds that are just sitting in government accounts. Mr. Diaz-Balart, how do you see this rescissions package putting taxpayers first, not only by cutting wasteful spending now, but also by setting the precedent that Congress will once again be a responsible steward of hard-earned taxpayer dollars going forward?
Thank you, sir. As I said at the beginning, I think this is this $9 billion package is a prudent realignment of priorities and spending less money. And I hope, and I am confident, because I'm confident particularly in the leadership of Chairman Tom Cole, who you all know very well in this committee, that we are going to be able to continue, again, through the appropriations process, making sure that we spend money wisely, that we save money as well in areas where we can save money, and I think there are a number of areas. And if we talk about the area that Chairman Cole has put me in giving me the responsibility and the privilege of chairing that subcommittee. As I mentioned before, you're going to see the bill that passed out of subcommittee, a 22% reduction, while I strongly believe, we are doing more to confront the adversaries of the United States. We are fulfilling our obligation to our allies, but we're doing so without wasting money and making sure that it is aligned with the national security interests of the United States. And so that process is ongoing. This, and again, I respect folks who don't want to cut anything. I get that, or who don't like the specific cuts in this proposal. I get that as well. I respect that. But I think it's important to mention, once again, that this is within the law that was passed by Congress in 1974. And so again, I think what we're looking at here is an important step in that realignment to make sure that the money, particularly in the area that I'm directly responsible, which is, again, foreign policy, that it is aligned with our national security interests, our national interests, and that, in my view, is, again, supporting our allies without wasting money, confronting our adversaries, but making sure that we do it in a way that is fiscally responsible. It can be done. Sir, a little while ago, I talked about, I'm very proud of the bill that we're in right now, the CR, which we weren't under a CR, but we are. But that bill actually cut 6%, spends 6% less than the previous year. And I heard all these horror things that were going to happen. No, on the contrary. When you spend less taxpayer money, you do it efficiently, and you fulfill your obligations, everybody wins. This today is a step in that direction.
Well, thank you very much for your commentary and for all your hard work on behalf of the American people and for everyone on the Appropriations Committee and for what you do. And it's really hard work. The reality is most taxpayers don't even know where their hard-earned tax dollars are going. The size and the scope of the federal government is beyond most Americans' mindset. And I think what we've been through in the last 6 or 7 months has been quite a experience in accounting and accountability and shining a bright light on some things that people assumed were happening with programs and weren't. I mean, it's certainly been educational for even members of Congress, some of the things that have been uncovered at the front end of the year. So I really, truly believe that this is a step in the right direction. This is important legislation and a priority to set going forward. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. I have just one or two questions I'd like to ask and a couple of comments. I want to thank you, Mr. Diaz-Balart, particularly. I thank the ranking member for being here too, but I want to thank you for saying that, quote, government programs are not free. Those programs are paid for by hardworking taxpayers. I make that point all the time. The money that the federal government spends is not manna from heaven. It is taken from hardworking taxpayers. And there's a lot of talk going on now about recent elections in New York about how there is going to be an increase in government spending. And I think we do have a term for that in terms of taking money from some and giving it to others. And I agree with President Trump that that's generally defined as communism. And yes, there is a common good, but the American people are the most generous people in the world, and they are willing to help others who need their help. And we've seen that over and over and over again. So there's generosity for public good. I've given contributions to public radio and public TV, but I don't think it's fair to take money from some to give it to those programs. I just want to get one major thing in the record. We're hearing a lot about these horrible, what's happening to the government in terms of the horrible increase of $4 trillion that was just passed in the big, beautiful bill. But I haven't heard anybody talk about, or maybe I think Mr. Scott touched on it before. Please tell us how much was spent under President Biden with not one single Republican vote, And how much was added to the debt as a result of the reconciliation bill passed by Democrats and President Biden?
And again, I want to make sure that I have an accurate response to it. I will get you the exact number, but I think, to your point, it was so much money that it actually created the largest spike in inflation in decades, precisely because of the amount of money that was spent. And I will get. I think I want to make sure.
I have it.
You probably do, and I want to make sure I'm
I
accurate.
think it was $11 trillion that was spent under President Biden, and $6 trillion was added to the debt.
And there is no argument and no debate that inflation skyrocketed for the first time since, I believe, the Jimmy Carter administration.
That's correct.
And by the way, that is not, you want to know, I have tried to be very accurate in answering questions, and I think the questions are important. And I also tried to avoid getting into other subject matter. But since it was brought up so many times, in the district that I represent, if the big, beautiful bill had not passed and become law, and I don't represent a wealthy district, the tax increase to the average family in the district that I represent was going to be 24%. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on the Senate amendment to H.R. 4?
Madam Chair, may I say something? I'm here to
Thank you,
testify.
Ms. Delora. I don't have any questions for you.
No, I don't want to, I wasn't asking for answer. I was asking if I can say something. I'm here testifying as well.
Well, I think we've gone way over with your side, so thank you very much. Seeing none, this closes the hearing
Wow.
portion of our meeting.
Speaks volumes about what we do. Oh, I do want to see if I can put it in the record.
Without
William McCraven,
objection.
cutting the State Department and USAID will put every American at risk. Russ vote appropriations process has to be less bipartisan. I think it speaks volumes of where this administration wants to take us.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Without objection, the committee stands in recess for 10 minutes or so. How long has it been? How long have we been out? 8 minutes. Okay. The committee will reconvene. The chair will be in the receipt of a motion
Madam
from the
Chair,
gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I move the committee grant a rule providing that House Resolution 589 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
First of all, let me just ask a question. Where's the rule on the bill that we just took testimony on? We've taken no testimony on this. We've had no discussion of this. I'm just wondering, where's the other rule?
That will be coming shortly.
So let me just say for the record, Madam Chair, and to all my colleagues here, I've been here for a while on this committee. I was here as a staffer as well. This is the worst process I've ever seen in my life. The rule in front of us, and I have to say, the meaningless resolution that came out of thin air was never noticed. I mean, I'm still going through it. There's some language in here that I don't like, but I mean, but at the end of the day, and I look at it, and while it looks like a bill, it isn't. It's a resolution, a non-binding resolution. This is a smokescreen. It is a glorified press release. And if you want to put this on the floor, fine. I think we would all welcome an hour of debate on this topic because the American people want us to be talking about this. They're quite frankly very disappointed that after all of the years of Trump and his Attorney General and his now head of the FBI hyping this conspiracy theory up, they want to have a full debate on this. But I have a couple of questions about the resolution, and maybe Madam Chair or maybe Mr. Norman, whoever wants to answer them can. But does this have the force of law?
Democrats are so desperate to use the serious issue of sex trafficking to score political points. They're speaking out both sides of your mouths almost in real time. And we really don't have any tolerance for attacks on the resolution. It's a sound, good faith resolution that ensures protections for victims and innocent witnesses. If your qualm is that this is a resolution and not a bill, then why did you all offer Representative Veazey's resolution just 3 nights ago? You weren't attacking resolutions and their force or effect just nights ago. Democrats are now attacking the same type of vehicle they supported on Monday night. This resolution sends a clear signal and carries considerable weight to the full scope of this debate.
So for those watching at home, the answer is no. And just let me respond with a couple of things. One, we tried to offer you an amendment that would have done something, and you rejected it. Then we offered a non-binding option, which you also rejected. Two, a bill didn't exist then. A bipartisan bill currently does exist by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey. So a non-binding resolution wasn't good enough for you a week ago, but now there's a bill available. You take it. You want to avoid voting on that legislation. I guess the other question is, what happens if the administration doesn't follow any of the suggestions in this non-binding resolution? What's the recourse?
There's a time limit on the resolution, and if the administration does not adhere to that time limit, then we will deal with the issue at that time.
So in other words, nothing. But let me ask another question. Since this can't be brought up for debate tomorrow, or tonight, what day next week will this be on the floor?
Well, that will be announced.
When?
And the majority leader will make that announcement.
So can you guarantee us and to everybody watching that this will absolutely be brought up on the floor next week?
That's the majority leader's decision to make.
Yeah. I mean, millions of people are focused on this issue, and millions of people are angry that there's been inaction, and so we have a non-binding resolution that doesn't have the force of law, and we can't get a guarantee or even a guesstimate as to when this might be brought up. And furthermore, we can debate the rule on this non-binding resolution, but that's it. There's no debate like we have on most bills where people can get up and and discuss the pros and cons and what this bill means. I got to tell you, I don't think, I get it. I mean, this is a loophole. This is cover, and I get it. My friends on the committee who voted against trying to do something more significant, not only in this committee, but also on the House floor, are getting some pushback from your constituents. I get it. But I got to tell you, I don't think your constituents are a cheap date. I think they will see this for what it is. But, Madam Chair, in a moment, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule which will strike the brand-new non-binding resolution on Epstein and instead provide for immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act introduced by Representatives Khanna and Massey. I've been listening to what people have to say about releasing the Epstein files, and I'm sure you have as well. People don't want more empty promises of future action. They've seen this movie before. They know how it ends. They want direct, decisive action by Congress, and they want it now. So let me explain this to people at home. This resolution they are offering is a cover vote, and I'll be surprised if they even bring it to the floor. It's Republicans pretending to do something because they're feeling heat at home. The bipartisan bill that we are offering, H.R. 4405, isn't another empty promise. Like your resolution, which again, your leadership may never even bring to the floor, and I'm surprised that you're coming to the Rules Committee without a date certain when this is coming up. But what we're doing with the Khanna-Massey bill is not kicking the can down the road. It is a bipartisan bill that would direct the Attorney General to release the Epstein files within 30 days. It details exactly which records to release and ensures nothing is hidden to protect people in power while protecting the privacy of the victims. If you've been listening to your constituents this week, you know that this bill is what they're asking for, not some weak, non-binding resolution to protect yourselves from an awkward vote. So a vote for my amendment is a vote to bring a bipartisan bill to the floor that would actually release the Epstein files and not the glorified press release that you are proposing today. A vote against my amendment is a vote to give Republican members a fig leaf so they can move on from this issue like President Trump asked them to do. Now, we may hear arguments from Republicans that this amendment isn't technically germane, and I can understand why you'll try to hide behind germaneness because you don't want to take this vote. But the Rules Committee has a long, long, long history of allowing votes on non-germane amendments, including when I was chair, and allowed Republicans to offer amendments on resolutions of inquiry. We took the votes. We took the votes. That's what we do here in the Rules Committee. Germaneness was never enforced on minority motions. So don't pretend that we cannot add this bill to the rule. Of course we can. You could have done it yourselves, or you could do it right now by voting for my amendment. It's that simple. The fact of the matter is, you don't want to vote on actually releasing the Epstein files, not up here and not on the floor. And what are you afraid of? And for anyone who raises a point of order on germaneness, just know that you're going to be extra famous for going beyond, for going above and beyond to block this bill from going to the floor. If one of you drew the short straw and makes a point of order, and this amendment is ruled out of order, I intend to appeal the ruling of the chair to ensure that this bill will come to the floor. So let me be clear. A vote against appealing the ruling of the chair is a vote to block the bipartisan bill to actually release the Epstein files. And look, all of you know what the right thing to do is here. Listen to your constituents, listen to your conscience. Don't get bullied by your leadership and by this president. Why would anybody want to stop this bill from getting a vote? And so I hope my Republican colleagues have been listening to their constituents. Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike all after the resolve clause of the rule, which deems as adopted a brand-new non-binding resolution on Epstein and instead provides for the immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate.
Mr. McGovern, again, you're trying to characterize how we vote and why we vote, but it's very interesting to see you suddenly express interest in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, given that President Biden had 4 years to take meaningful action and did nothing. Unfortunately, our colleagues tried to weaponize this discussion earlier this week as an attempt to derail the passage of the most significant crypto legislation in history. The amendments offered earlier this week were significantly lacking in protections for victims, whistleblowers, and innocent witnesses. I support this resolution, which we've introduced tonight, which requires the release of credible information, protects whistleblowers and victims of sexual abuse, and finally allows the whole world to review the full details of everyone involved in the heinous acts connected to Jeffrey Epstein. It's clear this resolution is entirely necessary, and it's a good faith effort that's rooted in accountability in the right ways and for the right reasons, unlike the prank Democrats pulled earlier this week. I look forward to working with the Trump administration to ensure that justice is finally served.
Madam Chair, with just all due respect, the bill that we're offering does provide protections for victims, number one. And number two, it wasn't Democrats that have been weaponizing this for years. It has been Republicans, including the President of the United States, including the current director of the FBI, including every kind of MAGA, right-wing influencer has been talking about releasing these files. And so, again, with all due respect, I urge that my colleagues support our amendment, and I'm happy to.
Madam Chair, is the amendment a bill?
It's a bill.
It is a bill, okay. And Madam Chair, unless I'm mistaken, a bill would then actually have to go to the Senate and then would be subject to signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct? And therefore, if his amendment is adopted, it would be weeks before, months, actually, before anything would be done, because it would have to go to the Senate, and it would be subject to the signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we know who's playing the game.
And it would have the power of a law. Your bill has
Only
no power
upon
at
the
all.
signature of the President.
Can the gentleman give me the date that he intends to bring up his non-binding resolution to the floor? Can you tell us we're going to be in next week?
We've told you that will be up to the
you told
majority
me that
leader.
it's up to the majority leader. It's hard for me to believe that nobody asked the majority leader when you intend to bring this up. I mean, that's not a hard question. We're not, you noticed us what was coming up to the Rules Committee next week. Much ado about nothing. So I mean, and you've limited debate on this so that we only have an hour on the rule. So clearly, it's not like it's a timing issue. So I think it would be helpful to know that question. Maybe while we're having this debate, someone can call the majority leader's office and maybe get an answer.
Again, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I understand. His motion, if adopted, would then send the piece of legislation to the Senate, and that would be months, and it would be the Senate majority leader then that would have to schedule for a piece of legislation to go, the piece of legislation to go to the floor, and then it would be subject to the signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was correct about what your motion actually does instead of what you're saying it does.
Why don't we put it on the floor to see whether we get a veto-proof majority? Your bill does nothing. It's a resolution. It's a glorified press release. And you may be satisfied with that. Maybe you know some people who have been reaching out to you and putting pressure on you to do something might be satisfied with that. I'm willing to bet you the majority of people who are watching this, including Republicans, will not be satisfied.
Facts are separate things, aren't they? Your proposal requires months and requires the signature of the President.
It doesn't require months. It can move quickly. The Senate could take this up immediately if they want to. Yours requires 30 days.
Mr. McGovern, this is a very similar document to what you offered on Monday, and it is.
I don't think the point of order is timely anymore, Madam. So I insist on a vote on
On your amendment, okay.
Before we take that vote, may I be heard?
The question,
Yeah.
well, he's asked for a vote on his motion, and I'm going to call for a vote on his motion, since he has done that.
We would like.
So
to
the
be-
question,
I will get back to you.
the question is on the amendment from Mr. McGovern. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
I ask for a
In the
roll call.
opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee add a new section to the rule providing for immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate. Okay, you didn't want to replace your non-binding resolution. Fair enough, I guess. How about also providing for consideration of a bill that would actually release the Epstein files? Again, I ask again, why would anybody be against bringing this bill to the floor? You could bring both.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Griffith.
I'm trying to figure out where we are, Madam Chair, and we didn't have a written copy of the previous amendment. I don't have a written copy of this one. Is this amendment different than the previous amendment?
Yes.
And which bill, if, I thought the
This one
original
allows
amendment
both.
was,
This one allows your non-binding, meaningless resolution and a real bill with the force of law. So you debate two.
but it's the same bill that you were talking about previously.
Correct.
All right, that was my inquiry, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Which has been available for 2 days online, unlike your resolution.
And unlike your amendment of last week, or earlier this week. Madam Chair, point of order.
Mr. Griffith.
Is this
raises-
amendment germane to the resolution
Madam
we're
Chair, that's not a timely
considering?
point of order.
I'm sorry?
It's not a timely point of order.
Point
It's a
of,
discussion, and, you know,
the previous was a point of parliamentary inquiry. Now I'm doing a point of order. I discussed the parliamentary inquiry so I could figure out what we're doing.
Nobody reserved a point of order.
Mr. McGovern, you did not give us something in writing which caused confusion among the members, and therefore, there were questions being asked. So it is a timely point of order.
Madam Chair, I disagree with the assertions of the ranking member because of the confusion. How can I make a point of order when I don't know what we're doing because I don't have it in writing? I could not make a point or reserve a point on something I don't know what it is. Now I know what it is, I make a point of order.
I agree with Mr. Griffith that you created confusion, Mr. McGovern. Therefore, the committee will suspend while we try to sort out the confusion you've created. The rule provides for consideration of our resolution, not a bill. Therefore, the amendment is not germane.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. McGovern appeals the ruling of the chair. The question is on the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
I
to.
ask for a roll call.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Because his motion would actually require a binding resolution of law.
Point of order.
What's a vote?
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The appeal of the ruling of the chair is not agreed to.
Yeah, I.
Is there any
Yes,
other
yes.
amendment or
Yes,
discussion?
and I've never seen I've never seen a majority in this committee so intent on trying to deny anything from coming to the floor for a real debate and vote. But in a moment, I'm going to offer.
Point of order.
I'm going to offer an amendment. What's the point of order?
I thought the gentleman was recognized for amendment, and yet he's speaking on the amendment before it's been
That's
offered,
right.
so I
He
don't know
said
what he's speaking
discussion
to.
or amendment.
You don't have an amendment.
We don't have an amendment
I
in
do,
front of us.
yes, in a moment, I'm going to offer an amendment to convert this non-binding resolution to an actual bill that could have the force of law. This non-binding resolution is completely meaningless, as I've said. If you actually want the Epstein files to become public, pass an actual bill that can become law. Make this real. Again, my motion will be to provide a rule for your own text, as flawed as it is, just as a bill instead of a resolution. And a no vote on my motion would just show that you don't actually want the Epstein files to be released. So, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike all after the resolve clause of the rule, which deems as adopted a brand-new non-binding resolution on Epstein, and instead provide for immediate consideration of the same exact text converted to an actual bill, an H.R. instead of an H.Res, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate.
Point of order. Germaneness.
Griffith?
And if I'm allowed to speak to the germaneness,
You are allowed to speak.
the reason I made my objection earlier is, and maybe the Rules Committee does things differently than most legislative bodies, but you put the amendment out there first so that if there's a point of order, the whole point of a point of order, and the reason that Jefferson gave the rules in the parliamentary practice and procedure by Jefferson is to make this place efficient. Instead of having speeches given on something that's not in order, you're supposed to cut to the chase. And this is not germane, and it shouldn't have a soliloquy going in front of it. I yield.
I agree with Mr. Griffith. The rule provides for consideration of one resolution, not a bill. Therefore, the amendment is not germane.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
They,
I want everybody on record on these things, so I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The question is on the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Would like a roll call, please.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it. The appeal of the ruling of the chair is not agreed to.
And Madam Chair, I just, again, want to reiterate the point I made earlier. I've been on this committee for a long time, and I've never seen anything quite like this. And it is really disappointing. And I yield back. I know others may have something to say.
Madam Chair, can I speak to the?
You're recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I mean, I do think it's important that we add a little context here. Mr. McGovern has mentioned that our constituents are saying they want to see the release of the Epstein files. I suspect your constituents are saying the same thing, and that's why it is important that this be something that actually has the force of law rather than the glorified press release that doesn't even have to go to the Senate, as Rep. Scott so kindly pointed out. But while we've been here, there's a little additional context that's been added, so I'd seek unanimous consent to enter a Wall Street Journal article dated today, July 17th. It was released at 6:45 p.m. after we started here. It's entitled, "Jeffrey Epstein's Friends Sent Him Bawdy Letters for a 50th Birthday Album. One was from Donald Trump," and there's a fairly interesting, some might even say titillating article attached. But so I would seek unanimous consent to enter that in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I think it really goes to the question that is sort of consuming the country at this point, which is, what did the president know and when did he know it?
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Norman?
You know, as the chair brought up, this is really kind of hypocritical for y'all at this point. You've had 4 years to bring it up. Where was your inquiry then? Where were the facts? As you know, the public's not letting this die. This is coming out. And so as that article, now, the president's saying it's artificial intelligence, that will be proven in due time. But this has got a date on it. This has got a date, and it contains most of the things that Massey and Rokana had. I thought Mr. Neguse had a good point about some language in here that you thought was, I think it was some of the information could be excluded. But bottom line, this is going to be debated in the public. It's got a 30-day time limit on it. And it's got a 30-day time limit.
For vote.
You know, that's not for me to call, and I'm not going to debate you on this. All I'm going to say is this, I know y'all's intent. Had it been important during a previous administration, you would be, on it as you would have so many other things. You didn't care. This is after one man, and it's going to come out. The Wall Street Journal, you're going to have other things, and that would be debated in the public. So I don't know, I just, I guess it's what you want is just, you're hammering on this because you think you've got some political gain on it. The American people are going to judge the end results of this. And I think when all the facts come out, let them judge it. All of us want transparency. And so, I think had you brought this up over the previous years, this president's been in office now for 4 months, 5 months, and you've ripped him apart when you could, but it's not working, and the American people know it. This is going to come out. We would not have even brought this up if it wouldn't. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norman. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
No, Res,
Oh, sorry, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Oh,
Sorry, Mr. Neguse.
Joe was first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess first, just a couple of questions that I think our side of the aisle, as we're reviewing the resolution that we just received, about 15 minutes ago, have. I think the first that Mr. McGovern was articulating, and there was a bit of an exchange back and forth, and so I do think it's helpful to clarify this for the public. The resolution, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Griffith or for Mr. Norman, the resolution that's been introduced, does it have the force of law? That is to say, it's a resolution, right? So it's not a bill. And this was the exchange that Mr. Scott and Mr. McGovern were having, Ranking Member McGovern were having. Because it's not a bill, while I understand the resolution includes language like shall, sort of directing the Attorney General, is it your position that the resolution functions as a bill? I guess I'm trying to understand how this would enact any kind of compliance from the department. Because it's a sense of Congress, essentially. And so how does the administration, if it passes the House, is the Attorney General legally obligated to then comply with the sense of Congress?
And if I might, Madam Chair.
I'm happy to yield.
Mr. Griffith?
I would submit to the gentleman that part of the concern, same concern I have with CRAs, is that if it's a bill, it has to go to the president, who appoints the Attorney General for signature. It's always going to be an issue. The legislative body needs to make decisions for itself. This calls on them to take action 30 days after passage, and then further, we put this in there specifically to try to answer that question. I'm looking on page 5 of this draft. Urges the relevant House committees to initiate formal investigations into any obstruction, suppression, or delay of the file's release. So while it would be accurate that a bill would have the full force and effect of law, what this says on behalf of the House is that should we not get the information that we are saying needs to be released, demands that it be released, that we would then urge all relevant House committees. Unfortunately, the Rules Committee is not in a position to demand, we are urging, and if the body does it, they've got a little bit more clout, but we're urging all relevant House committees, and we, you know, in my own mind, I at least debated, and I think some of the others were in agreement on this. Jurisdiction may be judiciary, it may be oversight. The bottom line is, House committees are being urged to initiate formal investigations to any obstruction, suppression, or delay of the files release of the Epstein information related to the charges in the investigation into both him and his sidekick.
I want to reclaim, thank you, Mr. Griffith, and I mean it in all sincerity, I just know the chair I'm going to get in trouble with the chair.
I understand.
Too long. So I guess what I would just suggest is that if we know that a bill has the force of law, that there is no wiggle room, that the Attorney General would be required to comply with a bill because it's a federal statute, if in fact it makes its way through the entire process. And we have a bill that Mr. Massey, Republican, has introduced. That, I think, is the vehicle, not a resolution that is a sense of Congress that ultimately, I hear your point, you know, the accountability mechanism that you put in the bill, which is essentially urging the committees to investigate. I'm sure you could recognize the skepticism, you know, we would have on our side of the aisle. I'm sure you feel the same way about, you know, the Republican-controlled Congress investigating, you know, the president and taking that step. But my view is that is the most salient difference here, is that Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's bill has the force of law. There is no escaping it. The president, the attorney general, would have to comply with it. The second thing I would say is there are two provisions in the resolution that concern me. There was a reference to this by Mr. Norman. One is that in the permitted withholdings section, and neither of these are in Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's resolution. The language says that the attorney general may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that, and then you go to subsection G, subparagraph G, are demonstrably false or unauthenticated. So basically what this resolution says is that if Attorney General Bondi decides that there's information in the file, or in those files that she thinks is false or unauthenticated, that information would then not be published to Congress or to the American people. The President of the United States right now, tonight, is posting on Truth Social and elsewhere that the Wall Street Journal article that was just quoted by Ms. Scanlon, that's fake, that's false, is what he's claiming. Which means that that's the exact type of information that the Attorney General could deem excludable from any kind of provisioning to the public. And so what I had said to Mr. Norman is while I understand some of these other provisions that quote specifically the federal rules of criminal procedure, for example, grand jury testimony, I think that provision is problematic. The second provision that I think is problematic is subsection F. Subsection F, again, this is the Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy and are in fact properly classified pursuant to such executive order. The issue is there's no standards by which we can evaluate the propriety of the president's executive order. So if the president issued an executive order tomorrow and establishes criteria in his own judgment, says, I think that the criteria should be A, B, and C, and that if it qualifies for A, B, and C, it's in the national interest, the national defense of our country, that should be excluded, then they can exclude it. And I guess my point would be, if I'm inaccurate about this, I mean this in good faith. If this language is in the Massey resolution, the Massey bill, and I'm mistaken on that, but I don't think, it's not. And so I think those provisions are problematic the way that they have been framed and phrased. And I think had they been constructed specific to federal statute, similar to the rule of 6E of Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure with respect to grand juries, then I think it'd be a different story. But I am concerned about those provisions, and so, and I'm happy to yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman. I just wanted to, there's nothing in this resolution that directs any committees to do any investigations. And I
If
just
the
want-
gentleman would yield.
What?
If the
Yeah, I have
gentleman
to-
would yield.
Let me finish my thought.
That's-
Let's be careful. I'll recognize.
He yielded to me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, and there's nothing here that, in your resolution
You're
that
right.
instructs committees to do anything. And I don't want you to sell the Rules Committee short, because the Rules Committee has a lot more power than I think you realize. And if you look at the rule book, Rule 10, Clause 1, the jurisdiction of this Rules Committee is primarily over propositions to make or change the rules, to create committees, and to direct them to make investigations. So we have the power to do that if we wanted to. And I just wanted to make, because I'm very proud to be a member of this committee, and I think it has a lot more power than sometimes people give it credit of having, so.
And Madam, if the gentleman would yield to me, I would appreciate it. The ranking member is correct. I misstated the bill. I apologize for that. I recognized it, which is why when he started talking, I said, hey, wait a minute. I was trying to get in, but I did misstate the language of the bill, but it certainly is, the intent of the bill is that if action is not taken, there will be subsequent action. And whatever appropriate committee it's supposed to be in, that's where we will take it. And so I apologize to those members that I've looked at a lot of different things today, and I got my wires crossed, and that's my fault and nobody else's. So I take responsibility for that, and I apologize to the members of the committee that I made a mistake. It was not an intentional misleading of this committee. I would hope that you all know I would never intentionally do it. I might be wrong, but at the time I say something, I think it's the accurate, and I did not mean to mislead this committee, and I apologize.
No offense taken, and I thank the gentleman as well. And so I would just say, I think that I've articulated, in my view, the many different provisions of this resolution that are problematic. And I guess I would just say that in closing, there's a Republican-led Republican-led bill by Mr. Massey. It has the support of multiple Republicans in your caucus. It certainly has the support of Democrats as well. It's bipartisan. It has the force of law. And I think it deserves a vote on the floor. And I hope my colleagues will join us in signing the discharge petition for that bill as I will.
Mr. Neguse, Section F and Section G are both in the Massey resolution.
No, they're not. Madam Chair, I have the Massey.
Can you point me to the?
I'm not sure if they're in exactly the same place, but my understanding is that those two clauses are in the Massey resolution.
And I think the gentleman, I will look, I have the resolution here, so I will circle back.
Thank you.
I would just add for clarification, I don't believe G is in there. I think F, I believe F is in
F
there
is in.
in slightly different wording without the executive order first sentence with some national security language behind
Precisely, but
that,
it's-
which is language that is similar, and I get that your point is that the executive
That's
order.
the point. It's not that there are, and so I guess if the chairman would indulge me, and I only have 30 seconds, but yes, subsection G is not in the Massey resolution. That language is not, and it's not rooted in any statutory basis. So that it's just the idea that the Attorney General gets to decide what she believes is false, and she can exclude it. And then with respect to the national security piece, I certainly concede, I'm not suggesting, and you're right, looking at the Massey resolution, Mr. Roy, that it does include a national security provision, but it does not provide this broad flexibility to issue the executive order. That was my issue. But anyway, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you recognize.
I'd like to begin by yielding time to my ranking member.
Again, I think it's important. You could have instructed committees of jurisdiction to investigate, and you chose not to. But I just also want to make the point that we just gave you the opportunity to take your exact language, as flawed as it is, and give it the force of law. And you all voted against that. I think that speaks volumes. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I think that is precisely the issue that we are discussing, is there is a bill that contains much of the same language, not exactly, that would have the force of law. And this committee the Rules Committee has the power to require that it be taken up immediately. And this committee is rejecting that. You rejected a motion before, and you have rejected an amendment which would require that H.R. 4405, which has the force of law, to require that the Epstein files be released, subject to the redactions. Mr. Scott had pointed out that there was no protection for the victims, and I will read from H.R. 4405, the
You did
law,
not offer
the post of law,
H.R.
it says the,
You
Mr.
did not
Scott-
offer that.
Mr. Scott.
You did not
Mr.
offer that
Scott,
on Monday.
Scott,
Madam Chair,
Mr.
order, Madam Chair, order.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
do not appreciate being
Yes,
yelled
ma'am.
at.
I don't
because
appreciate
I
being
was
lied about.
Mr.
Mr.
Scott,
Scott, you are not
please.
being recognized. This is my time, Mr. Scott. I am speaking. I am speaking, and what I am pointing out is that there was a motion to include a enforceable law to be voted on by the House of Representatives as to whether the House of Representatives, including every single Democrat and Republican on the House of Representatives, would require the release of the Epstein files. And you've rejected that. And in that law that was the subject of the motion that you all voted no on, it did indeed protect the identity of the victims at C parens 1A. It did protect the identity of the victims. So this law that would have the force of law that could go to the floor and be voted on, you have rejected. And with regards to the additional point of whether the rules could require that any committee take this up, they already could require that any of the committees that are controlled by Republicans right now could take up the issue of whether or not the files are being withheld, manipulated. That is some of the oversight that this Congress is not doing of this administration. So you have the power and you have the ability to vote on it. So once again, to summarize, this committee has the power to require that an enforceable law be taken up and voted on. The language is the same, but you are instead choosing to move forward on some indefinite time. We're going to go home. It's going to be 6 weeks before we come back. On some indefinite time that there might be a vote. You're not even requiring, if you cared enough about this, you would have negotiated, because you've been negotiating all day today, haven't you? We haven't been in this Rules Committee because you've been negotiating, and I'm not going to say where you could, but somebody negotiating, if I were in there negotiating, perhaps I would have required that there be a date certain by which this was heard, would have required that it be something enforceable, would have required that it not be basically a loophole that you could drive a parade through, let alone a Mack truck. The loopholes in here are huge. The whole resolution is huge. And I think that the issue with regards to what was reported in the Wall Street Journal, the key thing about that is that report discusses a birthday card that was sent after Epstein had already been indicted the first time around. And I would like to now see if any of my colleagues would like any additional time. And yield to my dear colleague from Colorado.
I think the gentlewoman, I certainly agree with all of her sentiments, and I think in real time now, I suspect some of my colleagues might talk about this, the announcement on social media regarding grand jury materials that the Department of Justice may seek to unseal. And I think, if anything, it's emblematic of the prior conversation we were having, because the grand jury provision that's in the resolution, which would exclude all grand jury material, was not in the Massey resolution, Massey bill, I should say. And now, obviously, this latest development, in some respects, adds to this conversation. So I think, again, it's a reminder that the provisions in this resolution, I think, are problematic.
Right, and the other problem about this resolution, and this is the issue, is right now it's the Attorney General who has refused to release the files, to release whatever information it is. And so their non-binding resolution gives all the authority to the Attorney General and the President, who can then continue to obfuscate, continue reviews. And I think that this is one of those issues where the voters are smarter than this. The voters can read through something that is non-binding, that doesn't require, that is simply, somebody called it a glorified press release, right? I think the voters are smarter than that and will recognize that what has been presented here, it's a bunch of words on paper that are not enforceable. And there's not even a date when the House will take it up. In every other rule that we've passed in this House, it goes, we know when it's going to be heard. It's going to be heard tomorrow, or it's going to be heard Wednesday. We get a schedule. We know it's on. And once again, Madam Chair, we have no schedule for this. Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, I think what we're going to see is that this resolution has had much more of an impact than you are giving it credit for. And so I would suggest that we fairly soon have a vote on this, and then we move on, because I believe we will get the results that we want, which is a clear exposition of any materials that are out there regarding Jeffrey Epstein. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was whether there was a date for this resolution to be heard.
I'm saying to you, yes, there is a date, not a date necessarily when this is going to be heard next week on the floor, but there was a date in the resolution. And as I said, I believe what you're going to learn shortly is that the effect of this resolution is much stronger than any of you had expected it to have.
So there is no date for this to be heard. There is a date that is on the paper here, but that date goes from, that date doesn't begin to we don't count the dates until we actually pass the resolution. So if we don't have a date for the passing of resolution, it could be never. I guess that's the problem, is there is no date. And I'll yield to a colloquy with I've never gotten to have a colloquy with you.
Well, I'm honored.
My friend from Colorado, and I know you love doing that. I yield to you.
I'm honored, and I guess, perhaps close the hearing shortly here in the same fashion in which we started it, which was Mr. Norman, I think he said, this isn't going away, and I completely agree with him. And what I would say is, we're talking about operative dates. The operative date is that the Tom Massey Ro Khanna bill and the discharge petition that Mr. Massey has filed will become ripe. And, I'm hoping that votes are scheduled tomorrow so that that petition becomes ripe next week so that we can vote on it. But irrespective of the Republican calendar and how votes are calendared, it will become ripe soon. And every member of the House will have an opportunity to weigh in one way or the other as to whether or not to sign on to that bipartisan bill that Mr. Massey has introduced, and I'm certainly supportive of it.
Would the gentleman would say?
I yield back to the gentleman.
Well, I would also suggest that perhaps everybody who is supportive of this House resolution non-binding and believes that it is important to have that information released could go sign that discharge petition. You have power here, but you also have power by signing the discharge petition, ranking member.
I was just going to ask the same question. With a show of hands, how many of you are going to sign the discharge petition?
We've all signed it.
I mean, okay, nobody, okay. But there'll be a bipartisan discharge petition that will be ripe, and you'll be able to sign it when you come back from your break, and I hope that you will all sign it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd also, as the old attorney, I'd like to point out, let the record reflect that not a single one of the Republicans on the committee raised their hands in favor of the discharge petition. Not a single one of the members in the committee were willing to support the binding law if it were to pass, of the Massey Kana H.R. 4405. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, will be managing this rule for the majority.
And I'll manage it for the minority if we ever get to it.
The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Virginia.
We don't have
Thank
the rule, Madam Chair. Okay, all right.
Right there.
Well, okay. Joe.
Madam Chair.
What's this? How many do we need? Is she going to do public broadcasting? Yeah, good. All right, I'll keep that.
Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee grant a rule providing that the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table H.R.4, the Rescissions Act of 2025 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment.
I need to make a statement before we move further.
Okay.
Attempts to amend this legislation at this stage in the process is solely to delay implementation of responsible governance and fiscal sanity. And my colleagues are aware any amendment will compromise the privilege of this legislation in the Senate. Additionally, this is not an arbitrary deadline. It's essential that this legislation be signed into law by this weekend. Further, any amendments to this package regarding Jeffrey Epstein are not germane. This Congress, we've enacted historic savings for the American people, and we must act swiftly to hold Washington accountable and prioritize bloated government spending on programs that actually benefit taxpayers. So we have an amendment, we have a motion from the gentleman from Virginia. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, first of all, let me again express my concern about this committee. I mean, we are bringing a bill to the floor under martial law, and we're not even allowing for there to be an hour of debate. And this is a bill that is going to adversely impact millions of people. It involves everything from public broadcasting to international health programs that actually save lives. And we're just going to kind of rush it through. And again, I think this is a lousy precedent. I think this is not the way, on something this big. I mean, you heard the appropriations chair, ranking member, and the chair of the subcommittee. They have strong views on this. So do a whole bunch of other members in this chamber. And so I'm expressing my frustration, not just at the process, but at the integrity of this committee. And I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 6, offered by Representative Cisneros, which would strike the rescission of the International Disaster Assistance funding and provide for the funding level passed by the Senate Appropriations Committee for fiscal year 2025. Worldwide, 300 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance due to natural or man-made causes. A third of these are in or displaced from Sudan. Hundreds of millions of children, 1 in 5 kids globally, are living in or fleeing from war zones. This amendment would protect funds for health and shelter for vulnerable people and their children fleeing dangerous conditions. And if basic humanity doesn't sway you, international disaster funds help improve our own national security, and I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's
I
not
ask for a
agreed
roll
to.
call, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 10 to the Senate amendment to H.R.4 offered by Representative Johnson, which strikes the rescission of funds from the bilateral economic assistance funds appropriated to the President global health programs. I wish I could be specific about the devastating impact that these cuts will have. And let me be clear, cuts of this amount to these programs will be devastating. But as we heard in this hearing, the White House hasn't told us exactly what they intend to cut. This is a guessing game. This is an abdication of our duty here in Congress, and lives will be lost because of it. I urge a yes vote on my amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
I
agreed.
ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 3 to the Senate amendment to H.R.4 offered by Representative Titus, which strikes the paragraph that rescinds funding for the Assistance for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia account. Madam Chair, this awful bill will decimate support for Ukraine and partners in the region facing Russian aggression. I find it disgusting that Republicans in Congress have decided to cozy up with Putin and totally abandon the people of Ukraine. Ukraine and neighboring countries are defending fundamental freedoms, and the United States of America, under Republican control, is turning its back on them. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
Ask for a
agreed.
roll call, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make an order amendment number 2 to H.R.4. I move the committee make an order amendment number 2 to the Senate amendment to H.R.4 offered by Representative Goldman, which strikes the provisions that rescind funds for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. As we discussed earlier today, those funds are incredibly popular. Americans want us to continue funding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for everything that it does that is in the good of the public, from making sure we have great educational programming to making sure that we have public radio stations in places like Alaska and Kansas and Nebraska, Colorado and New Mexico that aren't normally served by other radio stations, especially to get local news, to get emergency services. I would also point out, Madam Chair, that you made reference earlier to the fact that there was going to be something coming of the discussion we were having, and I noticed that President Trump is actually watching this and tweeted out with a picture of this committee that he was going to require that there be a grand jury testimony released. But I would note that in the Massey-Kana bill, it's not just grand jury testimony. There's so much more that is required. What about the travel logs? What about what happened around the suicide? What happens around everything? And so this limited disclosure of material is not what would be included in the Epstein Transparency Act, which we should all support so that the full record is released.
Yeah, and
I would yield to my good friend from Colorado.
yeah, and just thank you to the gentleman for yielding the time. The point that I was trying to articulate earlier is this precise point that Ms. Ledger-Fernandez just said, which is that the announcement from the president and from the attorney general, this information is the very same information that would not have been allowed to be released under paragraph D of the resolution that was just deemed included in the rule. So that's the grand jury information that the attorney general says online, we'll see if she does this, that indicates she will seek a court order to release, right, protected grand jury information. That information is not allowed to be disclosed, or it's at least it's a permitted area of segregation of records under the resolution. So
I'd like to yield to
I yield back.
Yeah, and again, I want to associate myself with your remarks, and I'm not going to hold my breath that this administration on its own is going to do anything to shine light on the Epstein files. But in any event, to the amendment at hand, I want to point out to my colleagues that this bill fully eliminates federal funding for public TV and radio for the next 2 years. These are trusted sources of news and educational programming for millions of households. 42 million people listen to public radio weekly. 70% of the funding goes directly to over 1,500 locally owned public TV and radio stations across this country. This funding is particularly critical in rural areas where public stations are often the only source of local news. Just yesterday, after an earthquake and tsunami warning in Alaska, Senator Murkowski thanked local public broadcasting stations for, and I quote, giving Alaskans real-time updates and keeping us safe, end quote, and called for the Senate to vote down these misguided cuts. And I urge a yes vote on the Ledger-Fernandez amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member, for supporting this, because indeed, we know that these radio stations are both beloved and essential. They are the public good, and we should be supporting those things which make America really a place of kindness and information and support for our public. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
As for roll call.
Roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scallon? Aye. Ms. Scallon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. So further discussion. Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed
As for
to.
roll call vote, please.
Mr. McGovern asks for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack? Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the amendment is agreed to. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, I'll be managing the rule for the majority
I will for the minority.
and Mr. McGovern for the minority,
Do we know when we're going to the floor?
right now. Without objection, the committee
Who
is,
said we're going to the floor now? The majority leader? Maybe you could ask him when we're bringing up the other bill. Okay, thank you.
the meeting is adjourned.
House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following road bills were signed by the Speaker on Thursday, July 17, 2025.
At 1582 and Senate 1596.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sent to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 590, resolution relating to consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R.4 to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 590 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 38, House Resolution 590. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table the bill H.R.4 to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the rule and of the underlying legislation. This evening, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.R. 590, providing for the House's consideration of the Senate amendment of H.R.4, the Rescission Act of 2025. Passage of this rule will send H.R.4 directly to the President's desk. Mr. Speaker, if you told the American people that wasteful spending overtook Washington during the Biden-Harris administration, they would not be surprised. Their jaws would not drop, and their pupils would not dilate in utter shock. The American people saw the fiscal ruin that was created by the previous administration. That's why they overwhelmingly chose Republicans to lead the nation and restore fiscal sanity. That restoration is here, Mr. Speaker. H.R.4 is part of our efforts to get Washington's fiscal house in order. H.R.4 rescinds $9 billion in spending that the President has identified as wasteful and unnecessary. As I said in the Rules Committee, it's unfortunate that the Senate was not able to execute all of President Trump's recommended rescissions. That said, there are many pertinent rescissions that remain, and they are very impactful. Now, our Democrat colleagues will scoff and say that this $9 billion we're clawing back is a drop in the bucket, that it's merely peanuts. That's where they're wrong, Mr. Speaker. The thing is that in their arguments against H.R.4, Democrats can only grasp at straws. Their positions are weak, and their claims are even weaker. They'll talk in circles and just bloviate, but in the end, they simply don't make any points that are worth remembering. They'll rail against H.R.4 so much, but they say absolutely nothing. Here's the truth. If this rescission package was not put forth and passed by Congress, taxpayer dollars would still be funneled to ideologues at PBS and NPR. Taxpayer dollars would continue to be funneled to all manner of foreign aid repositories that do not align with the fiscal sensibilities and values of the American people. That money, the people's money, would continue to be squandered. That's the truth of the matter. Republicans understand that $1 of taxpayer money wasted is $1 too many. We must pass this rescissions package and send it to the president so that we can continue our work and continue to secure wins for the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this process sucks. None of what we are doing here today is about governing. We aren't here to improve health care access or to put money back in hardworking people's pockets or to make life better for Americans or, for that matter, anybody in any way. We're here because Republicans want to protect powerful people. They want to protect billionaires, protect those at the top. It's about doing Donald Trump's bidding. Shame on them. Earlier this week, I offered a simple amendment to release the Epstein files that Donald Trump, his AG, his FBI director, and his supporters tell us contain a list of clients of Jeffrey Epstein. Let the American people make up their own mind. But Republicans, they voted it down. Every single one of them. Why? Because Donald Trump, for whatever reason, doesn't want these records to get out anymore. After years of promising America that his administration would release the Epstein files and tapes, Trump is now calling it a hoax. He's calling his own supporters stupid for believing the things he told them. And you're deeming adoption of a bullshit resolution on Epstein that does nothing. Let me be clear. This resolution does not have the force of law. This does not have the force of law. It's political theater. It's a smokescreen for Republicans to hide from doing something that would demand Trump's DOJ release of these files. This is a glorified press release, a talking point to save face, something they can wave around and say, see, we care, so they can walk free of shame while doing absolutely nothing. This non-binding resolution does nothing to get these files released. And get this, when we ask them, when is this non-binding, useless resolution coming to the House floor, the answer was, well, it's up to the majority leader. Look, either Republicans want to actually release the files or they don't. There's no middle ground here. You guys don't get credit for pretending to care. You don't get points for playing PR games while the people who enabled Epstein's abuse go unnamed and unpunished. This is why people hate Congress. This is why they don't trust government. Republicans talk about supporting the victims. They talk about holding powerful people accountable, but it's lip service. When the time comes to do something, they come up with a phony, fake vote to give themselves political cover. Which brings me to this rescissions package, Mr. Speaker. Another disaster. Fiscal irresponsibility masquerading as cuts. The other side just added $4 trillion to the debt with their big, ugly billionaire tax break bill. The big, ugly bill costs 450 times what these rescissions will save. It doesn't even come close. Now, I should mention that these rescissions are also deeply harmful. It cuts funding for international aid that provides life-saving health care. People are going to die because of these cuts. It undermines Ukraine and our allies. It slashes public broadcasting that delivers essential news to communities nationwide. Republicans call it tightening the belt, but it's the same old story. Republicans blow up the budget for billionaires, and then they nickel and dime everyone else to pretend they care about the debt and the deficit. It's nuts. And if we were all being honest here, nobody even truly knows exactly what the hell is in this bill. As Senator Tillis, a Republican, said, and I quote, I suspect we're going to find out that there are some things that we're going to regret, end quote. Susan Collins, another Republican, said, and I quote, the rescissions package has a big problem. Nobody really knows what program reductions are in it, end quote. You can't make this stuff up. And finally, let's not forget the Trump administration, as we speak, is illegally withholding over $425 billion in congressionally approved funding while Republicans in Congress rush to get these rescissions done, covering for the president once again, afraid to raise an eyebrow, to question what he's doing. This is not how this place should work. None of what we've experienced with this majority is normal. This is government by chaos, run by a party that can't count its own votes, can't pass its own rules, and can't stand up to the White House after all their broken promises. This week has been shameful. People are watching, they see what's happening, and they're tired of being sold out, spun, and left behind. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to avoid using profanity while speaking on the House floor. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair Fox. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know what Neil Armstrong said when he first walked on the moon. As founder of the Doge Caucus, I'm proud to say with this rescissions package, the first of its kind in 25 years, we are taking one small step to cut wasteful spending, but one giant leap toward fiscal sanity. But Houston, we have a problem. We are still $37 trillion in debt, and this year alone, we will run a $1.7 trillion deficit. So with this small step today, let's commit to the giant leap. Here's my challenge to the White House. Let's do a rescissions package every month because America has had enough. Enough to wasteful spending, enough to out-of-control deficits. We do have a long journey ahead, but thankfully, not as far as the moon. All systems are go. Let the countdown begin, and let's launch to fiscal sanity by voting yes to clawing back $9 billion. I'm ready. The House is ready. America is ready. Let's go get them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
He's concerned about unchecked deficits and debt. He just voted for a bill to add $4 trillion to the debt. Come on, give me a break. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished gentleman, the top Democrat on the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, for his leadership and for yielding. Thank all of the distinguished members of the Rules Committee for their steadfast and courageous, insightful participation and opposition to this rule and the substantive legislation that underlies this particular rule. I also want to thank Rosa DeLauro for her principled and strong opposition to this reckless Republican rescissions package. This effort by the Trump administration to once again hurt everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, it was just said on the House floor that the American people are fed up with out-of-control, wasteful government spending. As Democrats, we're committed to making sure that taxpayer dollars are spent in an effective, efficient, and equitable manner. This bill that's on the floor right now has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. It represents an attack on the public health of the American people, the national security of the American people, the public safety of the American people, and the ability of the American people to actually get information, particularly in rural America, that they may need through public radio or public television in the face of an emergency. Mr. Speaker, no one is buying the notion that Republicans are actually trying to improve wasteful spending. In the aftermath of this one big, ugly bill that just passed this chamber and has been signed into law that explodes the debt by more than $3 trillion, and then asks everyday Americans to pay for part of the expenses in the bill by ripping away health care for more than 17 million Americans. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, community-based health clinics will be unable to provide services to everyday Americans, and as a result of the one big ugly bill, people will die. It's an all-out assault on health care, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. It also rips food out of the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans, all of this being done to provide massive tax breaks to billionaires. And then, Mr. Speaker, in this one big ugly bill that now has been signed into law, the debt and the deficit will explode by trillions of dollars. How dare anyone from the other side of the aisle claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility? That's fake and that's phony. So when you look at this particular piece of legislation that's in front of us right now, this reckless Republican rescissions package, it undermines American national security and American leadership in the world. This is not an America First bill, it's a China First bill, because of the void that's being created all across the world. It's in America's interests, our national security interests, our leadership interests, to make sure that we're investing in development and diplomacy and democracy all across the world. Great leaders have recognized that throughout the American journey. It was Abraham Lincoln who came to the House chamber in the middle of the Civil War. In the early 1860s, spoke to the Congress and talked about America being the last best hope on earth. President Lincoln said that in the 1860s, visionary declaration of the role that America might one day play as the leader of the free world. And this legislation, this reckless Republican rescissions package, undermines our ability to keep our people safe here and to project America's soft power all over the globe. Why would we undermine our ability to use diplomacy, democracy, and development to protect our own national security? Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, he promised that on day one, he was going to end the war in Ukraine. That's now going on. And in this particular piece of legislation, we're undermining the ability of Ukraine to continue to valiantly fight against Russian aggression. Russia is not our friend. They're our enemy. Vladimir Putin is a sworn enemy of the United States of America. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans in this bill are undermining, once again, Ukraine? Ukraine stands on the side of democracy. Ukraine stands on the side of freedom. Ukraine stands on the side of truth. Russia stands on the side of autocracy and tyranny and propaganda. Why would we stand on the side of Russia? That's inconsistent with American leadership. But this reckless Republican rescissions package, it does the exact opposite. Mr. Speaker, we just saw tragedy unfold in the Texas Hill Country. More than 24 children have died. Parents should never have to bury their children. More than 100 Texans died in the deadly floods. And there are a lot of questions that need to be asked about government failure, state government failure in Texas. The governor of Texas, he's got a lot of questions that need to be answered. Instead, he's trying to rig the Texas congressional map in the middle of a search and rescue operation. He's got to answer some questions. Trump administration needs to answer some questions about the National Weather Service and the devastating cuts that have been inflicted on them. Trump administration, Mr. Speaker, needs to answer some questions about the stated goal to defund FEMA. So in the midst of this tragedy that we all need to collectively respond to in Texas, just like we need to respond to the tragedy that unfolded in California in the wildfires earlier this year, this reckless Republican rescissions package is going to undermine the ability of people in rural America and in small-town America to receive advance warning or necessary information when disaster strikes, when extreme weather strikes, when flooding strikes, when hurricanes strike. That's what happens when you shut down public radio and you shut down public television, which is what this reckless rescissions package will do. It's all extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why Republicans continue to advance legislation on the floor of the House of Representatives that hurt everyday Americans. Is it simply because the goal is always to reward billionaires, as was done with the one big ugly bill, providing them with massive and unnecessary tax breaks? Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this Congress, we as House Democrats made clear that we will work with anyone in this town in order to make life better for the American people, to lower the high cost of living of the American people, to address the affordability crisis afflicting the American people. And we thought perhaps that we would have some partners in this necessary endeavor. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump and House Republicans promised that you were going to lower costs. In fact, that costs were going to go down on day one. Not my words, President Trump's words. Costs haven't gone down in the United States of America. Costs are going up. Inflation is on the way up. Life is getting more expensive for the American people. And nothing in this reckless rescissions package is going to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. It's going to complicate their life even further, just like what happened with the one big ugly bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we are strongly opposed to this legislation that apparently Republicans don't even want to actually debate on the House floor, and once again want to address an issue to be debated in this chamber under the cover of darkness. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the challenge that we have with this legislation is that the appropriations process has historically and traditionally been bipartisan. Democrats and Republicans working to try to come together to reach a spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, and their economic well-being. And do it, House Democrats, Senate Democrats, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, a bipartisan appropriations process to try to reach an enlightened agreement. But what this rescissions package signals to us and the people that we represent, more importantly, what it signals to America, as the OMB director just said, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, aren't interested in bipartisanship, aren't interested in common sense solutions to finding common ground anchored in Democrats and Republicans coming together. We know that's the case because we've made clear our willingness to solve the challenges that the American people face and work with anyone in this town, particularly when it comes to lowering the high cost of living in the United States of America. Republicans continue to do nothing about that, not a damn thing, to make life more affordable for the American people. And that's one of many reasons why we continue to be opposed to this reckless legislation that you bring to the House floor that hurts everyday Americans, will hurt children, will hurt families, will hurt older Americans, and will hurt people that Republicans represent in rural America, all while undermining American leadership in the world. And so, Mr. Speaker, once again, this is unfortunate. Once again, we see a Congress not functioning as a separate and co-equal branch of government, a Congress, given this Republican majority, not willing to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch, but always willing to do the bidding of the executive branch, as if we work for the Article II branch of government. We don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for the OMB director. We work for the American people, and that's why we are a hard no against this reckless rescissions package. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 words from me, low energy. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we all know from watching the last 4 years, the Democrats have been working for an auto pen the last 4 years, not the American citizens. But as a guy from the small town, I want you to know this. And my town's so small that we literally don't have a red light unless the train comes through. We don't need big city people telling us how to live. We get along just fine. And in fact, right down the road from my house, you can open up a cooler, and based on the honor system, you can pull fresh vegetables out of there, and on the bag, it tells you how much you're supposed to pay for them, and there's a box with cash in it. Now, you try that in one of your metropolitan areas. So while I hear you talking about how much help we in the small town need for more government, let me just tell you, as a small town guy, the deficit and the debt scares us. It does. And now let's talk about the facts about this package. If there's anything that's wrong with the package, is it doesn't cut enough. The net increase in spending so far this fiscal year, the last 9 months, is $318 billion. Let me say that again for the American citizens. The net increase in spending has gone up $318 billion in the last 9 months. This piece of legislation cuts less than 0.5% of discretionary spending. It is a rounding error on the increase. I wish that DOGE were working as effectively today as it was the first several months of the year, and I hope that we as Republicans get back to exposing where the American tax dollars have been wasted over the last several years. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage people to vote for this minor cut, but a minor cut's better than no cut. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
We'll remind people to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Georgia yields back to the gentlelady from North Carolina. North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you got to love the gentleman from Georgia when he says that he worries about the deficit and the debt. My question is, why the hell did you vote for the big ugly bill that adds $4 trillion to the debt? It makes no sense. At this, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and I will offer an amendment to the rule to immediately bring up to the House floor H.R. 4405, the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act introduced by Representatives Khanna and Massey under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate. Mr. Speaker, tonight in the Rules Committee, Democrats offered a motion, several motions, to allow a vote on the floor to actually release the Epstein files. And Republicans on the committee just voted to block it, time and time again. The only reason it won't be considered on the floor immediately after this rule passes is because of 9 Republicans on the Rules Committee who voted no. Now, with the previous question, I will give the entire Republican conference another chance to vote to release the Epstein files. The only other chance to vote on it this week. And as I just said, the resolution Republicans just voted on in the Rules Committee is a glorified press release. It is non-binding. The Republicans are pretending to do something because they're feeling the heat at home. But it won't even come to the House floor this week, Mr. Speaker. We can't even get a commitment for when it's coming to the floor. The bipartisan bill we are offering, if we defeat the previous question, would actually release the files. It would have the power of law. It would not be a glorified press release. Ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, why would anybody want to stop this bill from getting a vote? What are Republicans so afraid of? Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Khanna.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the American people, Republicans, Independents, Democrats, want the Epstein files released with the victim's identity protected. Now, most people don't understand how this town works, so I'm going to try to explain this really simply. Congressman Massey and I introduced a bipartisan bill to release all the Epstein files and to make sure victims were protected. There are 10 Republican co-sponsors of that bill, including MAGA stalwarts like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, including Lauren Boebert, including Tim Burchett. And we have the votes tonight to pass it. But what happened is in the Rules Committee, they don't want to have this vote tonight because they know they're going to lose, because they know their own members want to vote for it. What's even sillier is they have this non-binding resolution. So I thought, surely we would vote on a non-binding resolution. They don't even want to vote on the non-binding resolution in case Donald Trump gets slightly offended. They don't even want the vote on the non-binding resolution tonight. Now, the president is paying attention, not just because his favorite Congressman Thomas Massey is involved. He's paying attention, and he said, okay, let's release. He directs the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, let's release and ask the courts to release the grand jury testimony. Here's the problem. The grand jury testimony is largely about Epstein and Maxwell, not about all the rich and powerful men who abused, assaulted, and abandoned young women. Those people are still being protected. And by the way, the courts usually don't release grand jury testimony. But you know what? The president is hearing the American people. And the president knows that if there's a vote tonight, this body overwhelmingly would vote for the release of the files.
30 seconds.
Additional 30 seconds.
I need 10 seconds. This question is, whose side are you on? Today, the Democrats are on the side of the people. The Democrats are on the side of the children. There are 10 Republicans who are on the side of the people and the children, but the entire Democratic Party is on that side, and the Republicans have chosen to protect the rich and powerful men who've abused our children. It's wrong, and that's the clear difference tonight.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The distinguished gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the chair for yielding and for helping get this process to the floor, despite so many attempts by the Democrats to block this effort to cut waste, fraud, and abuse in government spending. And we've seen it over and over and over again. You know, every time we have tried to get our economy back on track, to put more money in the pockets, by the way, of hard-working families, as we just succeeded in doing with the One Big Beautiful Bill, every step of the way. The only people trying to block that effort have been Democrats in Washington. And they are getting nervous, feeling the heat from people back home, Mr. Speaker, that are angry, saying, why did you vote? Those waiters and waitresses who make $32,000 a year, when they keep hearing them talk about billionaires and voting not against billionaires, they're voting against $32,000 a year waiters and waitresses, cops working the beat who don't want to have to pay overtime taxes, and we protected them from that. Every Democrat voted no, Mr. Speaker, so I can understand why they come up here and they want to talk about anything other than what we're actually doing to deliver for those families. Interesting how they talk about Jeffrey Epstein, because for 4 years, Mr. Speaker, President Joe Biden had those files, and not a single Democrat that you're hearing tonight tried to get those files released. And so the House Republicans are working to do that, and of course, they're in a tizzy, Mr. Speaker, because they're finally being exposed for covering it up for 4 years. And so let them continue to come up and talk about all the deficit spending that they created, while they cite, when they talk about, oh, gee whiz, the one big beautiful bill, you know, they talk about the House. You look at our scorekeeper here in the House, Mr. Speaker, and they say, oh, it's going to add $4 trillion to the deficit by giving people their money back, along with cutting waste, fraud, and abuse that we did in this bill. Well, they're citing the same organization that the last time we gave families more of their hard-earned money back, that same group, CBO, said, oh, it's going to add $1.5 trillion to the deficit. Well, Mr. Speaker, we actually have the numbers now, and CBO was just a little bit off. The same people that they cite as gospel on $4 trillion said that we were going to add $1.5 trillion to the deficit back then. You know how much they were off by, Mr. Speaker? The numbers are in. They were off by $1.5 trillion. So they've lost their credibility. But Office of Management and Budget actually came out and said that one big beautiful bill will reduce the deficit by $1.4 trillion. And they don't want to talk about that because every Democrat voted no. Every Democrat voted against, by the way, reforming and revamping America's air traffic control system, which was in that bill. Every Democrat voted no. Every American family wants that air traffic control system reformed. They sure want that tax relief. Those small businesses want to be able to get back up off their feet, and they'll be able to, because House Republicans said, we're going to just focus on doing the work of the American people. And anybody that just wants to go root for failure and continue to try to keep inflation high, interest rates high, and vote no on every bill that puts power back in the pockets of families, let them have to answer for that back home, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to keep working. This bill tonight is part of continuing that trend of getting spending under control. Does it answer all the problems? No. $9 billion, I would say, is a good start. And hopefully we do more things like this. But they're going to come up here and talk about everything other than this bill, because they're all going to vote no. And I think it's important to know, Mr. Speaker, what they're going to vote no against. Let's talk about what's in the bill. They're going to be voting against the $6 million that was spent for net zero cities in Mexico, $8 million for the anti-Israel UN Human Rights Council, a group that is anti-Israel. Why should $8 million of American tax dollars that are being borrowed from other countries be going to that organization? How about we actually get spending under control? $300,000 to hold a pride parade in Lesotho. If Lesotho wants to hold a pride parade, let them do it with their tax dollars, not with American tax dollars. $1 million for voter ID in Haiti. This is rich. They're angry that we're cutting that money off, but those same Democrats that are going to vote no on that will oppose voter ID in America. They're okay with voter ID in Haiti, but they're against it in America. But we'll continue. $3 million, they keep talking about Sesame Street. $3 million going to Iraqi Sesame Street. Again, if the people in Iraq want to have Sesame Street on TV, let them go do it. But how about if they do it with their own tax dollars, not with American tax dollars? Or better yet, they probably can go get it put on one of the many options that the private sector would have. Just like here in America, we've got thousands of private sector options to watch any kind of show you would want. Anybody in America can watch all of that. $33,000 for being LGBTQI in the Caribbean. That's what we're cutting, and every Democrat will vote against that cut. $643,000 for LGBTQI programs in the Western Balkans. So, Mr. Speaker, every Democrat's going to vote against that cut and start talking about, oh my God, the world's going to end and we won't even be able to do diplomacy because we're not going to be spending taxpayer dollars to have a LGBTQI program in the Western Balkans. I think our relations with the Western Balkans will be just fine if we save that taxpayer money and try to get spending under control in Washington. But they don't want to do it, at least we do. $5.1 million to strengthen the resilience of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer global movements. I don't know what those global movements are. I think they can do that without taxpayer money. And then, of course, funding drag shows in Ecuador. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Let's finally get control over waste, fraud, and abuse. We started it in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We're continuing it here, and we're going to continue it through the appropriations process. And if Democrats want to vote no, that's their prerogative. You know, they become the party of socialists. Let them vote that way. We're going to fight for those hardworking families who want to get our great country back on track. Let's pass this bill, keep moving, and keep working towards a better, stronger America. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Louisiana yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me go back to something the gentleman said in his long and rambling speech. You know, he talked about a cover-up. Let me just say to him, who's doing the cover-up? You guys are in charge. You control the White House, you control the House, you control the Senate. Get a grip on reality, for God's sakes. You know, either you don't want to know the truth because you've been conned by Trump and there's nothing in the files, or you're afraid that there might be something in the files. So you're in charge. Oh, and by the way, I was hoping the majority leader would tell us when he's going to schedule the vote on his meaningless bill on the Epstein files. But I think we'll have to wait till he gets back on the floor. I now would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Laurel.
Okay. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, and the gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I remain strongly opposed to this rescissions bill, which is a rubber stamp on the Trump administration stealing from the American people. Since taking office, the Trump administration has stolen funds appropriated by the Congress, passed by Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate, and signed into law by the President of the United States, upending the separation of powers and our constitutional order. This rescissions bill is another effort to subvert the Congress's power of the purse. That is precisely what they are trying to do. And for what ends? To hand billionaires and the biggest corporations who already pay little or no taxes a massive tax break. And ultimately, to embrace privatization, to give the biggest companies unchecked power, to rig the economy against the middle class, the working class, and vulnerable people, and ensure the American people have no faith in their government. This bill will shut down rural television and radio stations, cutting off coverage of local news, eliminating emergency information like severe weather alerts, jeopardizing access to PBS Kids children's program like Sesame Street. Yes, Sesame Street. This bill rips life-saving support away from hungry, displaced, and sick people in developing countries and conflict zones, and will end programs that prevent conflict and pandemics. This bill abandons the people of Ukraine while they resist Putin's tyranny. This bill puts America last. When we retreat from the world diplomatically and through our assistance to vulnerable people, America will be alone, without allies, in a less stable world, without the support of the international community. And do you know who will come out ahead? China, Russia, Iran. And all of this is being done in the name of combating waste. I will tell you what waste is. 500 tons of food grown by American farmers destroyed at a cost of $130,000 to American taxpayers because because of the chaos caused by dismantling of USAID, and it was left there to expire. This is a bill to help Republicans claim that they are practicing fiscal responsibility while concealing that what they are doing is ripping health insurance away from at least 17 million Americans in order to make billionaires even more rich. And they increase the debt by $4 trillion. How dare they talk about the deficit when they have just increased it? They are not addressing the cost of living in this country, the single biggest issue. They are making it worse. This bill codifies the right of the Trump administration to steal from vulnerable
Gentlelady's time has
American
expired.
communities.
I yield the gentlelady 30 seconds.
And
Additional 30 seconds.
Vulnerable American communities, children and the global poor, for the sake of handing even more money to billionaires. Congress needs to reassert its role, fight for the middle class, working class, the vulnerable, not to protect the interests of billionaires and big corporations. I strongly oppose this bill. It forfeits our global leadership, undermines our national security, steals from the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. If this $9 billion House rescissions package doesn't reach President Trump's desk, Congress will have blown the political opportunity of a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a simple message to my colleagues. This is a baby step, but if we don't take it, we are not living up to our promises. We all ran on fiscal responsibility, so let's be responsible now and for future rescission packages. This is low-hanging fruit in the eyes of America, but it breaks the cycle of spending without accountability. It's proof that Congress can and will act responsibly when it wants to. When the American people put President Trump in office, they demanded lasting changes to a bloated federal government. We must not let them down. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman voted for the big ugly bill and added $4 trillion to the debt. I now would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans are destroying that which is good and kind in America. Abraham Lincoln said, "America is the last best hope of earth." Our public radio and TV, our work across the globe for public health and peace are what is the best of America. They're taking Almo off the air because they gave billionaires a tax break. They're defunding tribal radio and world broadcasting while Trump burns through $56 million of taxpayer money on golf and throws himself a $45 million birthday parade. Republicans are engaged in waste, fraud, and abuse. That's the definition of it. That's the definition of destruction, deception, and corruption. The bill doesn't protect tribal broadcasting, doesn't protect emergency alerts, and doesn't protect the working families who rely on public media for news, safety, and education. Republicans are eating your public programs to serve caviar to their donors. The public will remember who stood with Big Bird and who strangled him.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, give me a break. Republicans are finally offering taxpayers relief from years of spending from Democrats. Again, with President Biden, they expanded the federal government with an unprecedented $11 trillion in spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to the national debt. It needs to end. We voted to end it in H.R.1. We're ending it in this package here today, and we won't stop fighting for taxpayers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairwoman very much for her leadership. Mr. Speaker, let's set something straight about our tax cuts, so-called for billionaires. There are less than 800 billionaires in the United States of America We kept taxes low for over 160 million Americans, and the Democrats all voted to increase taxes on 160 million Americans. As a matter of fact, most of those, Mr. Speaker, billionaires, over 70%, are huge Democrat donors. During President Trump's first term, we had pro-growth policies, a booming economy, and revenues increased. Then the Biden administration accelerated the deficit by those in the administration, by the way, that referred to themselves as the Politburo, who were actually running the administration. Service on the debt alone increased during that time from $400 billion in 2020 to nearly $1 trillion last year. That's why we must rein in irresponsible agencies. They've been taken over by ideologues, Mr. Speaker, doing things that are simply not in the interest of the people of the United States. USAID has done some good things, but they've also done things that were an enormous waste, totally inappropriate, and in fact, they lost the trust of the American people. Agencies like this need to be reformed. The American people aren't going to put up with it anymore. Why is the government still funding public television when most people have hundreds of channels, as has been mentioned, to watch their news or whatever they want to watch? Just because it's been around for 50 years, that's not reason enough. Unless we want to pass along $37 trillion and climbing of debt to our children, we have to start spending money on the must-haves, not on the nice-to-haves. And these stations are not only nice to have to some, they are not nice to have to most. And they are certainly not must-haves. So, Mr. Speaker, let's pass this rescission package. Let's get on our way to having some accountability for American people and codify President Trump's spending reductions into law. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, according to CBO, the top 1% get 22% of the tax cuts. The top 20% get 66% of the tax cuts. Only in a Republican mind would that be considered fair. I would like to yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member. Only in Washington, D.C., could politicians come to the floor and brag about cutting $9 billion from rural radio stations, while they 2 weeks ago voted to increase the deficit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion. Spare us these lectures. For years, Republicans have lectured us and the country about so-called fiscal responsibility, the deficit, the debt. And then they have the audacity to increase the deficit by $4 trillion to pay for tax cuts for the 800 billionaires that my Republican colleague from Pennsylvania is so carefully tracking. It's shameful. This bill, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, is a war on rural America. They are closing rural hospitals by virtue of the bill they passed 15 days ago, and now they will close rural radio stations. In the chairwoman's district in North Carolina, in my state, in Colorado, the western part of my state that I have the privilege of representing, rural radio stations across the country that help constituents during wildfires and during floods.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It should be rejected, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The Biden administration's reckless spending caused rampant inflation, burdening workers, families, farmers, small businesses, unless you believe the spin that continues tonight. And I don't think America is believing it. After passing the largest savings in America's history through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act earlier this month, the Rescission Act builds on a House Republicans' unprecedented success in reining in wasteful spending and the president's willingness to not spend everything that we give him. That's unusual. The list of egregious foreign aid projects is endless. Just a few. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street, $18 million to improve gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry, $2.5 million to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions, whatever that means. This abuse of taxpayer dollars must end. The Rescission Act would prioritize the needs of Americans
Gentleman's time
over
has expired.
everyone else.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 30
Thank
seconds.
you, gentlelady. The Rescissions Act would prioritize the needs of American people instead of funding far-left foreign initiatives. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill, which represents a vital step in reining in wasteful spending and big government abuse of the taxpayer. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. We're so proud of you. Now, tonight is a dangerous night for our country. I'm not even talking about the defense bill and whether we agree or disagree on that. I'm talking about what's happening in this rescission bill. Don't take it from me. Just take it from Navy Admiral William McRaven, Navy SEAL, 4-star Admiral, warned that cutting the State Department USAID will put every American at risk. This is the quote. This is no time to weaken any element of America's power. The dismissal of highly trained diplomats at the State Department and the dismantling of the USAID will jeopardize national security and make the military's job more difficult. Our national security has never depended on military strength alone. It relies on collaboration with a strong foreign service and diplomatic corps and with our U.S., and I'm adding with our USAID. In this bill, over $8 billion is taken away from what we do to alleviate poverty in the world, to lessen things like HIV and AIDS and other diseases, which have an impact on global health, to stop funding the World Health Organization. I give praise to President Bush. When he put forth PEPFAR, we worked closely with him to fund it as appropriators. 25 million people's lives were saved. But we're saying the alleviation of poverty and the eradication of disease is no longer a point. And you all did this in the 90s, too, when you took control of the House. And you know what you did? You opened the door for China and Russia to go into these countries, have geopolitical victories funded by our money that they made in trade against us, speaking of China, and then us walking out the door. This is absolutely a shame, an absolute shame. I urge everyone to vote no on it and understand what this is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from California, one of our most eloquent speakers, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a great debate between deficits and taxes, but deficits and taxes are two sides of the same coin. To spend a dollar, you must either tax it now or borrow it now and tax it later. Taxes and deficits are both driven by spending. And this bill rescinds some of the most stupid spending in the entire federal government. These are the kindest cuts of all: subsidies for state media and grants to corrupt NGOs for outrageous leftist foreign propaganda. Now, $9 billion comes to about $70 for an average American family. Now, do you think they'd prefer to spend that $70 on a new pair of shoes for their child or for, quote, girl-centric climate change programs in Brazil? That's the choice. Congress squanders hundreds of billions of dollars annually on destructive subsidies and useless grants like these. Let us finally take this first small step toward the solvency of our nation, relief for our people, and redemption for our Congress. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McGovern, for yielding. The American people across the political spectrum are now demanding the release of the complete Epstein file. This is what President Trump and Vice President Vance and the whole Trump team was demanding up until the last couple weeks when President Trump suddenly decided he wanted to sweep the whole thing under the rug. So there are now two approaches in Congress. We've got a bipartisan binding law which has teeth to compel disclosure of all the relevant material that America wants to see. But on the other hand, the Republicans in the Rules Committee just unveiled a meaningless, hortatory, fig leaf, Swiss cheese resolution that has no teeth at all. It doesn't even have dentures. It's all cavities, what they've offered. So we've got a choice now. We can go with a bill that would actually have teeth for enforcement, or a meaningless hortatory resolution that has all the legal force of National Chrysanthemum Month. Now, the original Massey bill asks for a comprehensive release from the Attorney General. And it's binding, which means if they don't turn it over, we can go to court. It's comprehensive. It includes everything from flight logs and travel records to individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with all of Epstein's criminal activities, all of the entities involved. We want to know about all the immunity deals. And it even tries to deter and account for destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents and records. All of that falls out of this fraudulent resolution they've thrown up at the last minute here. There's nothing in there except for a series of qualifying weasel words which are added to give complete unilateral subjective discretion to the Attorney General. Can I have 30 seconds more? To give complete discretion to the Attorney General to decide what should be in and what should be out. So it starts off by saying, whereas our resolution says all documents, records, and communications, theirs says all credible documents, records, and communications. Well, who's going to decide that? Attorney General Bondi, in conjunction with Donald Trump, who today said that a letter that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday, which is published, which has all of the indicia of credibility, is not credible. That wouldn't be included. Let's release the real Epstein file.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas and Rules Committee member, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairwoman. So here we are. Democrats couldn't seem to find a single thing to say about Epstein when President Biden was in office, but now they want to make this the centerpiece of their entire conversation. The fact of the matter is right now, the fact of the matter is...
The House will be in order.
The fact of the matter is
the
they know
gentleman
it's
will
true.
Suspend.
The fact of the matter is they know it's true.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman may proceed.
The fact of the matter is they know it's true, and right now what they don't want to do is have the American people focusing on the Republicans in Congress who are doing the thing they sent us here to do, which is end wasteful spending, to stop the ridiculous spending of a bureaucratic government that has been weaponized against the people. Dollars that are being used and wasted being sent around the world for $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru. That's how they want to use taxpayer money. We're over here trying to make sure we're saving that money. Instead of having $5 million to fund tourism or $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, or $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. Why should the people of Texas be paying for that instead of paying to clean up the flood in Texas? The fact of the matter is the people of Texas want their money to be used for the things they care about. But we listen to the minority leader come to the floor and lecture us about the virtues of public radio and public broadcasting. Yet, nevertheless, the truth is it took NPR through Texas Public Radio 19 hours to post anything about the flooding on its social media pages after the floods hit in Texas. What was NPR and Texas Public Radio doing that morning? They weren't breaking to talk about what was happening in Texas. They were running ads saying people should call Congress to fund them. But the private stations in Texas were breaking to release reports and to tell people what to do. because that's what private stations can do, because they respond to the people, because they're locally owned, they're locally run, and they're not run by the bureaucrats from this town. The fact is, we're going to save money for the American people and end the absurdity of this leftist propaganda being put out under public radio. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my head's about to explode. That guy just voted to increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. And trying to blame Democrats for Jeffrey Epstein. Who was president when Jeffrey Epstein died in his cell? Donald Trump. And who's in charge now and blocking the release of the files? Donald Trump. So please, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
The House will be in order. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're witnessing a reckless, cruel, and short-sighted assault on American values, global leadership, and our constitutional responsibilities. Let's be clear. This is not a budget fix. It's a dangerous retreat from our role in the world. Foreign aid is just a sliver of our budget, but it saves lives, it prevents wars, and opens markets for American businesses. It's a smart investment in our national security. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, there are millions of dollars of food that's been left rotting all over in ports, leaving massive numbers of people in conflict zones starving. And this is all due to the chaos and mismanagement of the White House. And this is not fiscal responsibility, it's moral failure. This bad bill pulls millions of children out of school, leaves small farmers without tools, wipes out access to clean water, and cuts off contraception for women and girls. Meanwhile, our adversaries are stepping in. China and Russia are seizing influence as we retreat. This bill sees Congress's power of purse, giving one man the authority to cancel funds we've already approved. I call us the disappearing Congress. And that's not how democracy works. It's how autocracy begins. Vote no on this very bad bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight is the culmination of months of work from House Republicans to defund left-wing state-sponsored media outlets like NPR. And during that process, we got to bring in leadership from these outlets, like the CEO of NPR, Catherine Marr, to testify before the House Oversight Committee. I got to ask her about a lot of her past public statements. It turns out she has a prolific Twitter history. She's written extensively about every single major woke buzzword that you could think of, including, quote, the ravages of late-stage capitalism, structural privilege, her own cis-white mobility privilege. Mr. Speaker, most Americans, including myself, didn't know what that meant until reading this. The politics of representation, and of course, toxic masculinity. She also wrote about herself, about one of her major pet peeves, which is whenever she goes on an airplane and finds out that the demographics are, quote, usually greater than 80% male, usually white. Mr. Speaker, that is flagrantly racist. She's written about how, quote, I do wish Hillary, meaning Hillary Clinton, wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Mr. Speaker, this is the person running the outlet the other side of the aisle wants our tax dollars to subsidize. And of course, she's written extensively about race, about how America is addicted to white supremacy, how she grew up feeling superior because she is white, how America begins in black plunder and white democracy. Mr. Speaker, this is directly from her own Twitter account. Mr. Speaker, nonpartisan news outlets are not run by lunatics like this. And Republicans are done using the power that voters give us to fund Democrat media machines. We're playing to win now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that guy voted to add $4 trillion to the debt, too. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Ranking Member
Gentleman
McGovern.
From Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes. York, I'm sorry, sir. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. Mr. Speaker, this rescissions package is disastrous. It cuts $8 billion in life-saving and critical U.S. foreign assistance, including food assistance, access to clean water, and life-saving medicine. Let's stop pretending that this is about fiscal responsibility. This package is not about saving money. It's about selling a con yet again to the American people. The president claimed the United States was wastefully sending condoms to Gaza. The fact is that they were sending it to Mozambique to help stop the spread of HIV and AIDS. The president claimed that there was a wasteful $21 million grant to India. The fact is the grant never existed. And it goes on from there. The president claimed that there was a national emergency in Brazil to justify slapping a 50% tariff on a country where the U.S. runs a trade surplus for over a decade. There is no emergency. He shouted about the Epstein files, and now his administration is saying there are no such files. This all, once again, is to service a con to the American people. Let's be clear about what the Republicans are voting to defund today. Programs that help educate women and girls, programs that fight deadly diseases, food, clean water, humanitarian relief for the world's most vulnerable. Are we really going to take these things away from the most vulnerable with it? America's credibility in global leadership must not yield to this con. Let's get to the real waste. The real waste is incinerating 500 metric tons of expired aid sitting in warehouses meant to feed suffering children in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The real fraud is telling the American people that these cuts will help them, and they won't. The real fraud is letting Elon Musk
The gentleman will suspend.
wreak havoc.
The gentleman will suspend. The House is not in order. The gentleman may resume.
The real fraud is letting Elon Musk and his Doge minions wreak havoc on state and USAID after the president fired the independent watchdogs at those agencies. This is not how you run and lead a country. This is how you run a scam on the American people. Let's call this for what it is. It's a con. Republicans claim that they're doing this to save taxpayer money, but as Mr. McGovern says continually, you cut $8 billion in foreign service, and then you add over $3-4 trillion to the American debt. It's a con.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. Not talking about the subject at hand, but trying to distract people. Same old tired song and dance. Our friends revert to demonizing and misrepresenting the big, beautiful bill. They say you can't make this stuff up, but that's what they do. We're having one success after another, and it's driving our friends across the aisle to distraction. When they had full control of the levers of power just a few years ago, they expanded the federal government with an unprecedented $11 trillion in spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to the national debt. But what's most revealing is their refusal to articulate a single program, a single outlay, or a single area of federal spending they want to reduce on behalf of taxpayers. They want every single dime of taxpayer money. And they don't like the historic cutting of $1.6 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse in H.R.1. They can't stomach the $9 billion here in discretionary cuts to wasteful spending. There's no upper limit to the amount of taxpayer dollars they'll throw at their government-centered schemes. How about $1 million? Can Democrats articulate a cut to a federal spending in the amount of $1 million? How about in the thousands, like the $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda, or the $8,000 for promoting vegan food in Zambia that we're cutting now? They can't do it, and that's very unfortunate because it has dire consequences for our nation. The fact is we can't work in a bipartisan fashion to cut federal spending anymore, and that wasn't always the case. Our colleagues are addicted to a tax and spend formula that's been bankrupting our government. But we won't stand idly by. We won't wait on Democrats to take their heads out of the sand or wake up from this woke-induced coma. We're taking bold action at every level and in every facet of the federal government to get our federal spending under control. We'll do it $8,000 at a time when we have to, or $1.6 trillion at a time when we can. We've been given this mandate, and the American people are counting on us, and I reserve.
Lady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker and the ranking member, and I rise today in strong opposition to President Trump's reckless and destructive rescissions bill. The proposed $8 billion cut to global aid programs is not only a short-sighted betrayal of American leadership, but it is going to result in millions of people getting sick and losing their lives. If we continue to retreat from helping countries around the world, as this administration is doing, our adversaries like China will fill the vacuum. That makes us less powerful and less safe. But it's not just lives at risk abroad. Lives here will be lost too. By defunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, millions of Americans will no longer have access to our national emergency weather alert system. Simply put, Americans will die because of these cuts. In addition to gutting one of the last vestiges of independent journalism, which is only biased if you think the truth is biased, the Republicans are also defunding free children's educational programs enjoyed by millions around the country. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts
Mr.
is
Speaker,
recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in opposition to the rule to consider the Rescission Package of 2025 and its reckless cuts to public broadcasting. You know, it's not hyperbole to say that public broadcasting saves lives during emergency situations and natural disasters. My state knows that firsthand. When Hurricane Helene devastated western North Carolina last year, public broadcasting was there when traditional communications failed. Widespread power, cellular, and internet outages meant that for thousands of North Carolinians, public radio was how they received their news. Our local public broadcasting stations provided life-saving updates for our residents, broadcasted emergency resource information like food and water and distribution, and gave a direct line for North Carolinians to speak to their communities. Slashing public broadcasting funding will limit their ability to operate funding crisis and delay critical information to the people who need it most. And make no mistake, without public broadcasting, we would have seen more lives lost in Helene. So we need to protect these stations so we can protect our communities, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, which mandates that all public broadcasting programs must demonstrate strict adherence to objectivity and balance in all programs. There's a myriad of statistical studies that prove that they are not. Perhaps most damning for NPR is the fact that it had to utilize a $1.9 million federal grant to, quote, improve objectivity and diverse viewpoints last year. And this despite the fact that NPR's CEO recently testified, as our colleague said, she didn't witness any bias at the organization. Then why the need for the federal grant? The problem with the Public Broadcasting Act is that it lacks an enforcement mechanism. So we'll go with our constitutional prerogatives here to enforce the law, and it starts with the rescission of funding. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, you guys are so weak. that you won't even vote to release the files. It's 11:20 p.m. in the middle of the night, and
Gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order.
Agenda through Congress in the dark.
The gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order. Gentlelady's recognized.
And it makes me wonder, have you even read this bill? I mean, really, because this bill rescinds $9 billion for international aid, public health, and public media. It will make America less safe. It will undermine our national security, and it will threaten lives across the world and kill children. But on top of that, it undermines our Constitution, the power of the people, the power of the purse, and the separation of the power of our Constitution. As Russell Vogt, OMB, and the architects of Project 2025 are trying to use this rescission bill to undermine the power of Congress. And that is why we will vote no, a hell no, to the blatant power grab that it represents in the face of a chaotic and corrupt administration.
Time has expired.
Congress that is stealing from
Gentlelady is no longer
people.
recognized. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are far from weak. We are doing what the American people want us to do, and that is to let them keep more of their money and not take it and let unnamed bureaucrats spend it on their behalf. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has?
We're not quite ready to close, but we will.
Okay, well then I will
shortly.
reserve, and you can go on.
A gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the era of woke and wasteful spending in the people's government is over. And it's sad to watch this last-ditch effort by my Democrat colleagues to fight for status quo. And the status quo is a cesspool of these programs, these leftist ideological programs that they would say is soft power for America's interest, or that they would say is life-saving services. Mr. Speaker, the American people rejected this radical agenda. They rejected the failed policies of my Democrat colleagues and their unbridled spending that's bankrupting this country. They sent President Trump here with a mandate and unified Republican leadership to restore competent leadership, common sense policies, and a commitment to America First. There is nothing common sense or America First about transgender comic books in Peru and all the other woke and wasteful programs that these folks are fighting to defend. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful we have a president that has heard from the people and is hell-bent on right-sizing this bureaucracy, reining in this waste, restoring fiscal sanity here in Washington, D.C., not only for the taxpayers of today, but for the future, for prosperity, for freedom, for our children. And this is why my colleagues are going to wander in the wilderness for years to come. And while that might benefit us politically, it's sad for my country. And I'm sad as an American to see the defense of this crazy, divisive, and dangerous ideological programs that my taxpayers in West Texas are spending their hard-earned money for. I urge my colleagues on both sides to support this rescissions package. And I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
Okay.
All right,
The
then
gentleman's
I
recognized.
will close, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I close, let's talk about what's actually in front of us. This rescission package is a joke. Republicans passed a massive tax giveaway for the rich, one of the most expensive in history. That giveaway was 450 times the size of these rescissions. And every single Republican who spoke tonight voted to add $4 trillion to the debt. Every single one of them. And this isn't even good policy or process. It's rushed. It's sloppy. Even Republicans in the Senate are warning about the consequences. But the House majority doesn't care. They're more interested in headlines than outcomes. And once again, it's everyday people who pay the price. Now, let us end where we started, the Epstein files. Republicans can take a real vote today, a vote that will put them on the side of truth and justice, a vote to tell victims, we hear you, we see you, we will not protect the powerful at your expense. But instead, they are choosing cowardice. They are choosing obedience to Trump. And so they cooked up this non-binding resolution, a press release pretending to do something. So let's be clear. You either vote to release the files or you vote to bury them. And if every Republican votes to block our attempt to release the records, they are telling Epstein's victims, you don't matter as much as our political convenience. And that should disgust every single one of us. This place deserves better. This country deserves better. And the victims, most of all, deserve the truth. Release the Epstein files. Release the Epstein files. Release the files. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle all night have been talking about what we're not here to discuss, which is this rescissions package. They keep...
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House has not been in order.
The House is not in order. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle have come here tonight, and they're not talking about what we're here to vote on tonight. They keep trying to distract the American people with things that we're not here to talk about. The American people do not want to see their hard-earned tax dollars being squandered, not one bit. At its core, H.R.4 is about shutting off the spigot of wasteful money, clawing back the taxpayer dollars of Americans, and ensuring that wasteful and unnecessary spending is uprooted and left to wither and die. It's just that simple. That's all there is to it. With more rescissions packages on the horizon, as the President and Speaker have indicated, the best is yet to come. We're doing our job to help save the American taxpayer dollars. We know how hard it is to earn those dollars, and we don't want to see them squandered. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and yes on the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, come on. Mr. Speaker, I asked for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is in order. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 590, the Senate amendment to H.R. 4 is considered as agreed to. Pursuant to House Resolution 580 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4016. Will the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4016, which the clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment number 293, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 119-199, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 111 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 12 of Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 13 of Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 14 by Ms. Green of Georgia. 114 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 115 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 277 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time of any electronic vote in this series. Do what? Okay. The unfinished business is to request for the recorded vote of the amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will report the designated amendment.
Amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 63, the nays are 365. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is in the request of recorded vote on amendment number 112, printed in Part A on House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen and a recorded vote is ordered, members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote, a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 6, the nays are 421. The vote is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will report and redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will arise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 104, the nays are 326. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 422. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 400. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 353. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 277, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-199 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 277, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 355. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment, pursuant to the rule, the committee rises.
I thought I was here for 2 votes. But the first thing you're going to do is look down to him and say, Mr. Chairman. Say, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 4016 and pursuant to House Resolution 580, I report the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 4016 and reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under House Resolution 580, the previous question is ordered. There's a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee on the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in gross. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
House will be in order. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Commit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Captor of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4016 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Clerk, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is on the order on the motion to recommit. Question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on
the
that I
gentleman
ask.
from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays arise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are now ordered. Members to record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce the time to 5 minutes, the minimum time for the electronic vote. This is a 5-minute vote on passage.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10, Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 221. The nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion reconsider laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the engrossment of H.R. 4016, the clerk will be authorized to correct section numbers, punctuation, cross-references, and to make sure such other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the actions of the House in amending the bill, and that the second instruction in Amendment Number 40, printed in House Report 119-199, be changed from page 39, line 19, to page 40, line 19.
Without objection.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Today, our country lost a true trailblazer. Congressman William Clay passed away after a lifetime of service that reshaped St. Louis and our nation. Already a civil rights icon before he was elected, he didn't come to Washington to play politics. He came to fight for working people, black families, union members, and those too often left out and unheard. He carried their voices into this chamber and made sure they echoed. Bill Clay was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. I, so many others, would not be here without the doors he opened and the example he set. I yield to Reverend Cleaver.
As I sat on the bed this morning trying to get up, I received a phone call to tell me that Congressman Bill Clay had just passed. And I sat there for a few minutes feeling sad. And then it occurred to me that death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss in life is to die with your life not lived and still inside you. Bill Clay did not die with hope for his country inside him. He did not die with his brilliant writing inside him. He did not die with creativity. And alas, Bill Clay did not die without working every day he walked into this place for the people of St. Louis.
I'm holding his son, my friend and predecessor, Lacey Clay, the entire Clay family, and the St. Louis community in my prayers. I ask that on behalf of myself, the entire CBC, which he helped found, the Missouri delegation, I ask for a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable William Lacey Clay, Sr. I yield back.
The chairman lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Enclosed is my letter of retirement sent to Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. I will leave the United States House of Representatives effective July 20th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for your steadfast leadership to advance the conservative principles we both hold dear. I appreciate your friendship over the years and look forward to seeing what incredible feats the House of Representatives will accomplish for the American people. Signed sincerely, Mark E. Green, Member of Congress.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R.4, an act to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary young Montanan, Tarkan Benyon, who will make his Carnegie Hall debut on July 20th. Tarkan hails from Sydney, Montana, and is one of 28 violinists from around the country headed to the Big Apple to perform with the National Youth Orchestra of the United States. Not only will he debut in New York, he will also represent our nation and our state as he tours internationally in Japan, Hong Kong, China, and South Korea. Tarkan's journey began at the age of 5 when his mother, who taught herself to play the violin at age 34, inspired him to pursue music. Since then, his passion has taken him to venues like the Montana Senate Chamber, where he performed a piece from Mozart's Violin Concerto No. 4 during his time as a page. Tarkan, your remarkable talent and dedication are an inspiration to your peers and to your state. Congratulations on this incredible accomplishment, and best of luck in your bright future. I know this is just beginning. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, America faces a housing crisis. One part of the solution to that crisis, though, lies right in our backyards. The solution has many names: granny flats, backyard cottages, or accessory dwelling units, but all expand our affordable housing supply. When I was mayor of San Jose, we made building backyard apartments easier by enabling thousands of homeowners to be able to get their permits online in a single day. The problem, though, was that many homeowners of modest means could never get a shovel in the ground because they couldn't get financing. So we talked to the banks, and the banks said they would lend if homeowners could get FHA insurance, or Fannie or Freddie would backstop the loans. So today, along with my Republican colleague, Andrew Garbarino, I've introduced a bill to do just that. The Bipartisan Supply Act will empower homeowners to become home providers. Colleagues, together, let's make affordable housing a reality for thousands more Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ms. Susan Mason, a resident of Savannah, Georgia, who has dedicated 40 years of her life to bringing elegance, excellence, and warmth to thousands of lives' most meaningful celebrations. When Susan Mason founded her catering company in 1985, she was recently divorced, living rent-free in a friend's home and inspired by a then up-and-coming Martha Stewart. What she lacked in resources, she made up for with resolve, talent, and a sparkling sense of humor. Over the next 4 decades, Susan Mason Catering became synonymous with silver service, culinary perfection, and timeless Southern style. Whether planning wrap parties for A-list celebrities or elegant weddings for local families, she made sure every detail was flawless. She is now 85 years young and still very much at the center of the party. With her signature wit and stylish presence, she has become both a cultural fixture and a business force in Savannah. Mr. Speaker, Susan Mason represents the very best of resilience, charm, and an entrepreneurial spirit. It is an honor to recognize her today for 40 years of extraordinary service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 30th time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for starving children. When children are starving, their organs shut down. At a certain point, they're not able to eat traditional food anymore. Ready-to-use therapeutic food is the only chance they have to survive and to get back to health. Right now in Rhode Island, there are 87,000 boxes of ready-to-use therapeutic food sitting in a warehouse, already bought and paid for, but sitting in a warehouse because the Trump administration has frozen this aid. It is time for the administration to honor the will of Congress, to honor its own commitment, and to do the right thing and get this food to the kids around the world who need it. I will keep speaking out every day until they do, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight I voted against sending more military aid to Israel. I voted against it because I saw it and currently see it as a vote against collective punishment, a vote against ethnic cleansing, and a vote against genocide appearing before my very eyes. I refuse to have my fingerprints, my imprimatur, on the killing of innocent people, including children. I voted no. I will not become a yes because Mr. Netanyahu doesn't want peace. He wants all of Palestine. My imprimatur will not be on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my shock and outrage over the killing of Saif Moussalet, a 20-year-old Palestinian American from Florida who was visiting his family in the West Bank. He was beaten on his own family's land by settlers. We have grown too used to this kind of violence. We have grown weary of news reports detailing the onslaught of deaths. But we should never accept the killing of innocents, let alone the killing of an innocent American citizen. In an unusual and forceful statement, Ambassador Huckabee called the killing a, quote, criminal and terrorist act, unquote, and urged Israeli authorities to conduct a full investigation and bring those responsible to justice. I echo the call of the ambassador for an investigation and ask my colleagues to do the same. The United States Congress cannot allow silence to reign and complicity to creep in. Instead, we must demand justice. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move.
The gentleman will suspend. State. What state? For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Well, I'd like to unanimous request to speak for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As we leave the Capitol for the weekend, we want to leave the body here with a little bit of thought. And I'm going to quote from a book called The Tragedy of American Compassion by Marvin Olasky, now a 30-year-old book. But it's an interesting book in that it deals with what we today call welfare, but at the time that was all privatized. And I'm going to quote from the Society for the Prevention of Pauperism of the City of New York, and what they felt was the cause of pauperism at the time and what had to be done to end it. And they listed 10 causes of pauperism. People in the 1820s were brighter than the people today. They listed ignorance, idleness, intemperance, which I take it to mean drunkenness, want of economy, imprudent and hasty marriages, you don't hear that one anymore, but they felt it was one of the top 10, lotteries, pawnbrokers, brothels, gambling houses, and the most interesting one, the vice of charities that gave away money too freely. So when we return next week, let's remember the wisdom from the Society for the Prevention of Pauperism and not give away charity too easily. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yeah, I think we should adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor, so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning order debate.